also be suspended, with cases dropped if no new terror-related offences are committed. The pro-Kurdish Dem party backed the move but says issues like Kurdish language rights and equal citizenship still need to be addressed. The law is seen as a major step toward peace and could also impact Turkey's relationship with Iraq and Kurdish groups in Syria.
Viewers, moving on to our next story, where Syria's ousted President Bashar Assad has been sentenced to death in absentia for war crimes and also crimes against humanity. His brother Maher and cousin Atif Najib were also sentenced to death. Now, victims' families and survivors have welcomed this landmark verdict, while Syria's new authorities are seeking Assad's extradition from Russia. We have a report.
A Syrian court has sentenced ousted President Bashar Assad to death in absentia for crimes against humanity and war crimes committed during the country's 14-year conflict. Assad's younger brother Meher and their cousin Atif Najib were also handed death sentences in the landmark verdict, the first against senior members of the Assad family since their 5-decade rule ended. Najib, a former security chief in Dara, was convicted over the brutal crackdown that followed anti-government graffiti by teenagers in 2012, a case that helped spark Syria's uprising. Outside the Damascus courthouse, families of victims and survivors of detention gathered to celebrate, calling the verdict a long-awaited moment of justice.
اليوم هو إنصاف لكل الجرحى، إنصاف للشهداء، إنصاف للمعتقلين، إنصاف للسوريين الذين هجروا من بلادهم دون وجل، هجروا من بلادهم بدون حق، بدون وجه حق. إذا نحن اليوم بيوم تاريخي، هو يوم انتصار الحق على الباطل، انتصار السوريين على ظلامهم وعلى هذا النظام البائد.
Many said the sentence marked recognition of the suffering of hundreds of thousands killed, detained or forced into exile during the conflict.
قلني نظام الأسد من مدرستي بعمر لا يتجاوز 13 سنة. الحمد لله رب العالمين سقط الأسد راح ينعدم عاطف نجيب، وبإذن الله دور لبشار الأسد بإذن الله عز وجل. اليوم الفرحة لا توصف أبدا، والفرحة الأكبر على إعدام بشار الأسد بإذن الله.
Assad and Meher fled to Russia after a regime collapse in December 2024 and were granted asylum, while Syria's new authorities have demanded their extradition to face justice.
Viewers, heading into a short commercial break. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. My name is Nayan. Don't go anywhere. There's a world of news waiting for you on the other side. Coming up, Jharkhand students hold a silent march using mobile phones' flashlights. Protests are to continue as students press for actions on their demands. After a short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
वहाँ पे 5:30 बजे शाम को आज जो है बहुत तेज फ्लड आया है। इस कारण जो है वहाँ पे एक बेली ब्रिज था जो कि बह गया, और वहाँ पे हमने इसको के लिए हम लोगों ने एनडीआरएफ की जगह पे टीम भेज दी गई है। फिलहाल और टीम चली गई है मौके के लिए।
ये ब्रिज जाएगा, ब्रिज जाएगा, ब्रिज।
Welcome back. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. An unfortunate news unfolding where a 48-year-old woman was killed after being hit by a luxury car in Delhi's cantonment. It is a BMW car that was hit on a Tuesday afternoon. The woman was identified as Jaywanti and she was crossing the road when the car came and suddenly hit her. She was shifted to the DDU hospital where doctors declared her dead. Police have apprehended the 38-year-old BMW driver identified as Deepak and has also registered a case. The accident triggered protests by local residents with traffic disrupted near the Delhi's Airport Terminal 3. We have all the details in this report. Take a look.
A 48-year-old woman was killed after being hit by a BMW in Delhi cantonment yesterday afternoon. Police received a PCR call about the road accident at 12 noon yesterday. A police team reached the spot, but the injured woman had already been shifted to the DDU hospital. Doctors at the DDU hospital declared the woman brought dead. The deceased has been identified as Jaywanti, a resident of East Mehram Nagar who worked as a domestic help. Preliminary investigation revealed that Jaywanti was crossing the road when the BMW hit her. The BMW driver has been identified as 38-year-old Deepak, a resident of Pratap Nagar, Mandoli. Police have apprehended the driver and registered a case in connection with the accident. The family says Jaywanti died on the spot and is demanding justice in the case.
मेरी मम्मी की मौत हो चुकी है ऑन द स्पॉट। गाड़ी वाला BMW से था, अभी हमें सीसीटीवी फुटेज मिली नहीं है, कौन था, क्या था, कैसे था। पुलिस वाले आश्वासन दे रहे हैं बस कि हाँ ठीक है, हो जाएगा, इंसाफ मिलेगा, इंसाफ मिलेगा।
एक्सीडेंट कब हुआ था?
आज दिन में हुई है। ऑन ड्यूटी थी मेरी मम्मी, लंच करने के लिए रोड क्रॉस कर रही थी। रोड खाली था, वो तेजी में आया गाड़ी वाला और उड़ा के भाग गया।
The fatal accident triggered protests by local residents who blocked the road and disrupted traffic movement. Delhi Traffic Police closed the stretch between NSG Red Light and Terminal 3 following the obstruction. Residents also raised concerns over speeding vehicles and demanded stronger traffic measures on the stretch. An FIR has been registered, legal proceedings have been initiated, and further investigation is underway.
You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. We're slipping into a short commercial break, but you don't go anywhere. There's a world of news waiting for you on the other side. Coming up, FCRA Amendment Bill referred to a Joint Parliamentary Committee. All parties to deliberate on the proposed changes after a short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
सारा असम का स्थिति बहुत खराब है। नाजिरा, शिवसागर, सरायदेव, मंगलदोय, जागीरोड, उसका बाद खुमताई में भी 4-5 दिन से वो धनसिरी जो रिवर है वो बढ़ गया है और इसीलिए बहुत गांव में पानी घुस के आदमी को रिलीफ कैंप में रहना पड़ा है। जो सरकार ने रिलीफ कैंप बनाया है उसमें लोग बैठा है और बहुत बुरी हाल हो गया है।
Devastating flood, which caused, affected 166,000 people of our Jorhat district in 304 villages. Casualty number is 9. Number of relief camps were 39, and total number of inmates in the camp is 9,659. So more than 17,000 animals washed away, and the total affected numbers of animal 1,18,000. So the flood situation of Jorhat district of Upper Assam is now under control. The water level is receding with the constant support of central government. State government is extending all support for rehabilitation, for relief, medical assistance.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. This Independence Day, Republic TV brings you the Nationalist Collective Conclave, an Independence Day special, a powerful tribute to the extraordinary men and women who served India with courage, pride and unwavering devotion. From the stories of our brave hearts and their ultimate sacrifice to the families who continue to carry their legacy with strength and pride, the Conclave brings you powerful conversations on courage, service and patriotism. A day to remember those who put the nation before self. Nationalist Collective Conclave, their sacrifice, our freedom, only on Republic TV. Now, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
बस बात का 72 बज जाएगा, समझ रहे हैं? हमारे लिए सब ये हमारी गलती नहीं है, हवा का हमको समझ नहीं है क्या?
Air India pilot likely tested positive for marijuana. DGCA sources say second toxicology report also returns positive. Outgoing Air India CEO Campbell Wilson summoned government seeks answers amid the ongoing probe into the Air India altitude drop mishap. Jharkhand students hold a silent march using mobile phone flashlights. Protest continues as students press for action on their demands. FCRA Amendment Bill referred to a Joint Parliamentary Committee, all parties to deliberate on the proposed changes. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to address Lok Sabha today to discuss on student protests. A terrifying mid-air scare on an Air India flight from Phuket to Delhi has now triggered fresh questions over pilot fitness and flight safety. The Airbus A320 carrying 137 passengers and 8 crew members reportedly suffered a sudden 300-foot altitude drop, now leaving 17 passengers injured. Now, sources say that the pilot in command has returned a positive result in a second toxicology test for marijuana, putting the spotlight firmly on pilot fitness, aviation safety and the DGCA's response. Here's the report. Take a look.
Scenes of absolute horror in mid-air. After Air India Airbus A320 flight AI-237 from Phuket to Delhi faced a sudden mid-air scare. The aircraft was carrying 137 passengers and 8 crew members when the plane reportedly suffered a sudden 300-foot altitude drop. Luggage fell from overhead bins. Passengers crouched in their seats and 17 people were hospitalized with injuries. The incident was initially reported as turbulence, but the investigation has now brought fresh scrutiny on the pilot in command. Republic had earlier reported that the pilot's initial post-flight test for psychoactive substances returned a non-negative result. The test was reported to have detected marijuana, raising concerns over the pilot's fitness to fly. Now, A DGCA source speaking on the condition of anonymity says the pilot has reportedly tested positive for marijuana in the second toxicology test. And amid the turbulence, the pilot's announcement from inside the aircraft has also come under scrutiny.
फोटो मत लीजिएगा प्लीज, बस बात का बतंगड़ बच जाएगी, समझ रहे हैं? हमारे लिए सबके ये हमारी गलती नहीं है, हवा का चुका है, हमको समझ नहीं है क्या? क्रू संभाल रहा, क्रू खुद इंजर्ड है. अगर आपने फोटो ली, सोशल मीडिया डाली, आपको पता है आजकल किस तरह सुनिबल 1 मिनट नहीं लगता कटका देते हैं. तो इंसानियत के तौर पर हमारा और आपका विषय सुरक्षित रखिए प्लीज. 40 मिनट और की बात है. वी आर लैंडिंग इनटू दिल्ली वेयर यू विल हैव द बेस्ट ट्रीटमेंट पॉसिबल.
Outgoing Air India CEO Campbell has also been questioned by the Civil Aviation Ministry over the incident.
What happened during the questioning, sir?
No, we were just giving an update on the status of the investigation. Excuse me, people. Excuse me.
Sir, did the minister say anything regarding the incident?
It's not for me to say. I think that's up to him to give an update. Thank you for
And has the second BA test?
Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has assured that the matter is being taken seriously.
So this issue we have taken very, very seriously from the ministry side also. So we have just spoken to him as a preliminary task just to get an update. But I have to tell you that AIB has been given the task to continue on the investigation, and we have good confidence on AIB. So I would say that let us wait for the full-fledged report to come from AIB so that we can see what definitive action needs to be taken on this.
The minister said the government is looking into the matter of substance abuse by the pilot.
If it is anything related to substance abuse or substance using, I would say that from the ministry we are taking it very, very seriously, and if we find that there needs to be some tweaking in the existing regulations, we are ready to do that also.
The investigation is also examining multiple technical glitches reported on the aircraft. According to a DGCA source, these include triple hydraulic system failures, an autopilot disconnect, a flight control stall warning, and multiple indicator switches briefly going off. The AAIB is investigating whether these technical failures contributed to the dramatic altitude loss. But if the pilot was under the influence during the flight, questions will now arise whether his fitness affected his response during the emergency. After the Ahmedabad crash tragedy last year, Air India is once again facing intense scrutiny over safety and accountability. The biggest question now, who takes responsibility when the safety of hundreds of flyers is at stake?
The TVK is facing fresh questions over its stand on religion and abortion. Tamil Nadu Assembly Speaker JCD Prabhakar's participation in an anti-abortion rally and his remarks that life begins at conception have triggered a political row. With Vijay maintaining silence, the controversy has raised a larger question. Is this an individual leader's religious belief, or does it reflect a wider ideological shift within the TVK? Watch this report.
Another controversy is brewing around the TVK, this time over abortion. Assembly Speaker JCD Prabhakar's participation in an anti-abortion rally held by the Catholic Church has triggered a political row. At the rally, Prabhakar backed the view that life begins at conception, saying, "We have no right to abortion." His remarks have now raised a bigger question: is this his personal belief, or does it reflect TVK's ideological position? The controversy comes as Vijay's party continued to project itself as a secular political force, while Vijay has maintained silence on the issue.
The question now comes right at the time an FCRA bill is all set to pass in the parliament and the talks are going on. A state resolution was passed today asking for the FCRA to be stopped and not agreeable in the state of Tamil Nadu. Multiple Christian organization leaders met Chief Minister Joseph Vijay yesterday, and at the same time there is JCD Prabhakar he speaks about an anti-abortion rally, and in this speech he also mentioned that the life starts at conception and not after birth, and that this comes as a big question mark, and the BJP is now criticizing Mr. Prabhakar and asking, while the abortion process is legal, while abortion is completely acceptable in the state of Tamil Nadu and completely legal according to the medical records in India, why should the TVK leader approach Christian organizations and promote anti-abortion rallies?
And this is not the first time TVK leaders have faced questions over alleged Catholic influence. Finance Minister Mary Wilson was seen carrying a rosary and cross during the budget presentation. So is TVK simply accommodating individual religious beliefs, or is the party pushing a religious agenda in Tamil Nadu?
Now, Delhi Capitals and Bengal cricketer Abhishek Porel has been arrested in West Bengal in connection with a rape case filed by a medical student. Now, Porel was taken into custody by Bengal police in Hooghly after a Calcutta High Court order directing his arrest. Now, he has been produced before a court as the investigation continues. Watch this report.
IPL cricketer and Delhi Capitals wicketkeeper batter Abhishek Porel has been arrested by Bengal police in connection with a rape case. Porel was taken into custody in Hooghly and formally arrested after cautioning before being produced as the Chinsura court. The case was filed by a medical student at Mogra police station. The woman has alleged that Porel established a physical relationship with her on the promise of marriage. The complaint also includes allegations of criminal intimidation and recording of intimate moments. The complainant had approached the High Court alleging police inaction and claimed that Porel had threatened to make private photographs public. According to the complaint, the woman says she first met Porel in 2023 and that their relationship later involved discussions about marriage between their families. Police had earlier told the court that the pen drive had been seized and sent for forensic examination. She has also alleged that she was assaulted and confined during an incident in Delhi in April this year. These claims have not been established in court. The arrest follows a Calcutta High Court order directing Bengal police to apprehend Porel in connection with the case. The court had also directed authorities to seize his electronic devices, citing concerns over the alleged dissemination of private material linked to the complainant. With his arrest, the case moves into the next stage of the legal process, with the investigation and court proceedings set to determine what happens to Porel.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Quick commerce promises groceries at your doorstep in minutes. But are those groceries being stored safely? A food safety inspection at a Zepto warehouse in Bengaluru has raised serious questions after officials reported extremely unhygienic conditions along with labeling and food handling violations. Now, the action comes days after concerns surfaced at hotels in Bengaluru and after a Blinkit facility in Mumbai had its food license suspended. Here's a report.
Quick commerce may promise groceries at your doorstep in minutes, but a recent food safety inspection has raised several questions. A Zepto warehouse in Bengaluru was inspected by the Food Safety Division during a special enforcement drive. What officials found inside has now triggered concern. Organic waste, discarded wrappers, bottles, and accumulated filth. Health officials called it extremely unhygienic and flagged violations in food handling and storage. The inspection also found alleged non-compliant labeling and misbranding of food products. Authorities have now warned of strict legal action against food businesses found violating food safety regulations. The inspection comes amid a wider food safety crackdown in Bengaluru. Karnataka's Food Safety Department has also issued a 12-point advisory to hotels, restaurants, caterers and other food businesses to strictly follow hygiene and food safety norms. Zepto is among India's biggest quick commerce players. and the latest inspection has raised questions of speed versus quality. Can the race to deliver in minutes keep pace with the basic standards required to safely store the food being delivered? Food safety authorities say such special inspection drives will continue with the stated aim of ensuring consumers get safe, quality and hygienic food.
Alright viewers, now from that story, now let's move on and get you all the other top national developments now in national wraps. Security arrangements have been tightened across Delhi ahead of the Independence Day, with police conducting intensive vehicle checks and patrolling at multiple locations. Officers of all ranks have been deployed on the ground, while special teams and drones monitoring major entry points in sensitive areas. Now, police say the focus is on identifying suspicious vehicles and individuals, ensuring foolproof security ahead of August 15. 3 members of a family were killed after their car collided with a truck on the Agra road near Dholpur. According to police, the car was attempting to overtake when it crashed into the truck coming from the Bharatpur side. All 3 occupants died in the accident and their bodies have been taken to the district hospital mortuary. More than 10 people were injured after an LPG cylinder exploded at a crowded tea shop on the Perambalur-Attur Road, Tamil Nadu, triggering panic in the area. Several customers and people nearby sustained injuries and were rushed to the government hospital. Vehicles parked near the shop were also damaged. The Assam Rifles pipe band performed a series of patriotic songs at the historic Kangla West Gate in Imphal ahead of the 80th Independence Day. The 33 Assam Rifles organized the event to promote patriotism and enthusiasm, particularly among the youth. The band performed 15 songs with similar programs planned at Manipur University today and on August 15. Authorities demolished illegal construction linked to individuals with criminal histories in Anjar, Kutch. Properties worth around 1 crore rupees were removed as part of the action. The demolition was carried out by the local administration and police as part of the crackdown on unauthorized constructions linked to accused persons. India is sending a sharp message to its 2 neighbors, China and Pakistan. As Beijing again objects to Arunachal Pradesh, the MEA has made India's position crystal clear. Arunachal is an integral and inalienable part of India, and nothing can change that reality. At the same time, India has slammed Pakistan over the situation in POJK, calling out human rights violations and demanding international accountability. Watch this report.
India is reinforcing its position, be it China's claims over Arunachal Pradesh or Pakistan's atrocities in POJK. India says there will be no compromise on its core interests. The latest face-off comes after China raised fresh objections over Arunachal Pradesh.
Arunachal Pradesh is an inalienable and integral part of India, and this is a fact which is self-evident. At the same time, let me also underline that nothing can change this indisputable reality.
A blunt rejection from India. Arunachal Pradesh is not up for negotiation, and Beijing's objections cannot alter India's position. The message comes amid China's continued attempts to assert its claims over India's northeastern state. India, meanwhile, is also keeping a close watch on the developments in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, where protest and a security crackdown have triggered fresh concerns over the treatment of civilians. India has repeatedly maintained that POJK remains under illegal Pakistani occupation and is now putting the spotlight on what it calls Pakistan's human rights record.
Continue to follow developments across the world. At the same time, I would like to highlight that we have seen the kind of human rights violations that were committed in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and other parts of that country. We call upon the international community to hold Pakistan accountable for its misdeeds, for its abuses, and for flagrant violation or gross violation of human rights. including of all its people.
India's response comes as violence and unrest continues to draw attention in POJK, with reports of a crackdown against protesters and growing anger over governance and basic rights. From Arunachal in the east to the POJK in the west, India's message is increasingly direct. Territorial claims, sovereignty, and the rights of people cannot be altered through pressure or force. China gets a clear answer. Arunachal is India's territory, and Pakistan faces a call for accountability over what India describes as abuses in POJK. A two-front message from India: no dilution on sovereignty and no silence on the actions of its neighbors.
The Jharkhand student agitation is intensifying after Monday's tense march towards the assembly saw police use water cannons, tear gas, lathi charge. JPSC, JSSC aspirants took out a silent procession in Ranchi yesterday, carrying mobile flashes and offering flowers to police personnel. But the agitation has now widened beyond the students, with a statewide BJP Bandh and the crackdown becoming a political flashpoint. Here's a report.
The student agitation in Ranchi took a new turn today as JPSC, JSSC aspirants held a silent procession from Jaipal Singh Munda Stadium to Albert Eka Chowk.
खामोश है। आज के दिन इन्हें कुछ कहना नहीं है, ना तो ये मीडिया वालों से बात करेंगे, ना तो अपनी बातें रखेंगे। इधर फोकस करिए विकास। आज देखिए, जो छात्र हर दिन अपनी बातों को रखते रहे, आज वो एकदम खामोश हैं। सरकार को बता रहे हैं कि हम क्या बोले भला, जब हमारी मांगों को अनसुना आपने कर दिया, जब आपने हम पर बर्बरतापूर्वक लाठी चार्ज किया, हमने अपनी मांगों को लेकर धरना दिया, 18 दिनों तक भूखे प्यासे रहे, बारिश में भीगते रहे, कड़ी धूप में हम खड़े रहे, लेकिन इसके बावजूद आखिर ऐसा क्यों? ये वही छात्र हैं। देखिए, कई छात्रों के हाथों में चोटें लगी हैं। छात्र देखिए कई नंगे पैर चले आए। कल के दिन आपने देखा जिस तरह से जब छात्र विधानसभा की तरफ बढ़े थे, इन पर वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल किया गया, एक्सपायर्ड आंसू गैस के गोले तक छोड़े गए।
In a gesture they called Gandhigiri, the protesters offered flowers to police personnel while keeping the march completely silent. The students say their movement remains peaceful as they continue demanding action over alleged irregularities in recruitment examinations. But the peaceful visuals come a day after a tense assembly march when police used water cannons, tear gas and lathi charge as protesters moved towards the assembly. Student leader Devendranath Mahato, who was on the hunger strike, was hospitalized after his health deteriorated. His supporters have alleged that he was injured during the police action. 6 students leaders are also continuing their indefinite hunger strike, with 2 reported to have been hospitalized as their health worsened. The police action has now triggered a wider political confrontation, with the BJP observing a statewide bandh against the crackdown on job aspirants. Normal life was affected in parts of Jharkhand as BJP workers enforced the shutdown and protested against the state government's handling of the student agitation.
ये जो राहुल गांधी का दोहरा चरित्र है, जिस तरह से मोदी विरोध की उनकी आग है और जिसमें देश तोड़ने वाले तत्वों के साथ वो हमेशा शामिल रहते हैं, उनके लिए संदेश है कि अपनी दोहरी मानसिकता, दोहरा चरित्र और ये जो विक्षिप्त मानसिकता है, इसको बंद करिए। आप छात्रों के साथ आइए, उनको न्याय दिलाइए। आपकी सरकार है, आप केवल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस और ट्विटर मत खेलिए। आप में यदि हिम्मत है, हैसियत है और सचमुच आप छात्रों के प्रति हितैषी हैं, तो देवेंद्रनाथ महतो जो कि अनशन कर रहे थे, उनके ऊपर लाठीचार्ज हुआ। इसके आधार पर सरकार से समर्थन वापस लीजिए। आप आइए, जवाब दीजिए, और नहीं जवाब देते हैं तो जनता इसका जवाब देगी।
The issue is also set to spill into Parliament, with NDA MPs planning to raise the alleged atrocities against protesting students and push for a debate. The BJP is accusing Congress of double standards on students' protests, while the political confrontation over Jharkhand continues to intensify. From a tense assembly march to a silent procession, the Jharkhand student movement is now widening into a major political showdown.
Well, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, outgoing Air India CEO Campbell Wilson summoned government seeks answers amid the ongoing probe into the Air India altitude drop mishap.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
वहाँ पे 5:30 बजे शाम को आज जो है बहुत तेज फैफ लड़ाया है। इस कारण जो है वहाँ पे एक बेली बेस था जो कि बह गया और वहाँ पे हमने इसको के लिए हम लोगों ने एनडीआरएफ की जगह पे टीम भेज दी गई है। फिलहाल और टीम चली गई है मौके के लिए।
ये ब्रिज जाएगा।
Donald Trump has publicly backed Gianni Infantino, warning FIFA that ousting its president would be a terrible mistake. Infantino is currently facing mounting pressure and escalating protests following the severe backlash over his controversial plan to sell off aspects of the World Cup. Dealing with the devastating personal tragedy, Argentine legend Lionel Messi has stepped away from football for an indefinite period. His father, Jorge Messi, passed away at the age of 68 in a Rosario clinic after battling a prolonged illness. Bengal cricketer and former Delhi Capitals player Abhishek Porel was arrested in the Hooghly district on Tuesday. The arrest followed a complaint from a medical student who accused him of engaging in a sexual relationship with her uncle under a false promise of marriage. On October 20, LeBron James will make his highly anticipated debut for the Philadelphia 76ers against the defending NBA champion New York Knicks. The Madison Square Garden matchup is part of an opening night triple header which will feature the Knicks raising their first championship banner since 1973 and James beginning the final chapter of his career. A brilliant all-round performance by star spinner Rashid Khan guided Afghanistan to a 3-wicket victory over Ireland in the third ODI in Belfast. The win on Monday gave Afghanistan a 2-0 lead in the 5-match series and secured their automatic qualification for the 27 ODI Cricket World Cup. Adding to a growing list of achievements, racing prodigy Atika Mir delivered an impressive performance in round 4 of the FIA European Championship, making her the youngest Indian to claim 2 top 10 finishes in the marquee karting event. Alright viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Jharkhand students hold a silent march using mobile phone flashlights. Protest continues as students press for action on their demands.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing grip. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
सर असम का स्थिति बहुत खराब है। नाजिरा, शिवसागर, सरायदेव, मंगलदोय, जागीरोड, उसका बाद खुमताई में भी 4-5 दिन से वो धनसिरी जो रिवर है वो बढ़ गया है और इसीलिए बहुत गांव में पानी घुस के आदमी को रिलीफ कैंप में रहना पड़ा है। जो सरकार ने रिलीफ कैंप बनाया है उसमें लोग बैठा है और बहुत बुरी हाल हो गया है।
Devastating flood which caused
बात का 72 बज जाएगी, समझ रहे हैं? हमारे लिए सब ठीक, हमारी गलती नहीं है, हवा का है, हमको समझ नहीं आएगा।
Air India pilot likely tested positive for marijuana. DGCA sources say second toxicology report also returns positive. Outgoing Air India CEO Campbell Wilson summoned. Government seeks answers amid the ongoing probe into the Air India altitude drop mishap. Jharkhand students hold a silent march using mobile phones, flashlights. Protest continues as students press for action on their demands. FCRA Amendment Bill referred to a Joint Parliamentary Committee, all parties to deliberate on the proposed changes. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to address Lok Sabha today to discuss on student protests. All right, viewers, let's go through a top story that we are tracking right now. This is a dramatic security operation which unfolded behind the scenes as Donald Trump left Turkey following the NATO summit. Now, the US president was publicly seen boarding Air Force One, but was then allegedly secretly transferred through a catering van to a smaller C-32A military jet. Now, Air Force One was used as a decoy as Trump was flown out amid what US officials described as a credible Iranian threat. Now, the extraordinary operation sheds new light on the security risks surrounding Trump as tensions with Tehran continue to escalate. Take a look at how Trump made his exit from Ankara.
Donald Trump was supposed to be leaving Turkey aboard Air Force One. He was in fact seen boarding the presidential aircraft in Ankara, with cameras capturing what appeared to be a routine departure following the NATO summit. But that was only a part of the operation. Reports reveal that Trump was secretly taken off the aircraft, moved through a catering van, and driven to a smaller C-32A military jet, after which the smaller aircraft then carried the president out of Turkey, while Air Force One continued as a decoy. It was an elaborate deception, designed to conceal the president's real movements from anyone attempting to track his departure, at the center of which was none other than Iran. The operation was triggered by a credible threat against Donald Trump and his aircraft at a time when tensions between Washington and Tehran had reached a dangerous new level.
Are you still, a massive escalation, is that still on the table?
Well, we have that, certainly that ability if we want to do that. Yeah, you'll find.
Those comments were not a reference to the security operation that followed, but they provide a glimpse into the confrontation that formed the backdrop to Trump's extraordinary departure. And there was another complicated element to the equation: Turkey. During Trump's first term, tensions between Washington and Ankara repeatedly spilled into the open, including over Turkey's military actions in northern Syria and its treatment of the Kurds. Now, years later, Trump was in Erdogan's country for a NATO summit and leaving it under a security operation involving decoys, a catering vehicle, and a military aircraft.
I've been in this business for many, many years, and using a decoy as either a car or a plane or any other, or even a ship, this is quite normal. I remember that when I was posted in Washington, D.C., and then subsequently when I went there and the Prime Minister of India was visiting, there would be several motorcades because we were under threat. We all know this, from the Khalistanis and the jihadis. And we would have several motorcades. No one knew which car the Prime Minister was in. The others were decoys.
The principle was straightforward: create enough uncertainty around the president's movements to ensure that an adversary cannot identify the real target. But this operation was taking place against a much larger geopolitical backdrop.
The Iranian threat was very credible. What is also alarming to me is that this threat emerged on Turkish territory. Turkey, obviously, as you know, claims to be an US ally, and what really happened, were the Turks not aware of a threat to the US president's life? Because as you know, that Turkey has recently joined Pakistan and Saudi Arabia for a military pact. So obviously that raises concerns as well about their ability to safeguard the US president as well, because US being an ally of Turkey, but the onus also lies on to make sure that when a US president is traveling, they have to secure it for the US president, and obviously these concerns have emerged.
What is now clear is that the threat perception was considered serious enough for Trump's security detail to abandon the normal choreography of a presidential departure. And that meant making Air Force One the aircraft everyone would watch, while the president slipped away in another.
Usually has a White House press corps which travels with the president. They have a designated role. They're photographers who travel with the president. So the operation may have been planned in such a meticulous manner that in which the president got his exit photographs clicked. Then suddenly, instead of the president, and the president's motorcade was seen in these pictures driving up to the Air Force One, which was the legacy Air Force One, the older one, which presumably the president was supposed to board. But what did not happen is, because usually the photographers board the aircraft early and then the president boards again.
The operation may have looked extraordinary from the outside, but for Trump's security detail, it was about one thing: make sure that when the world is watching the president leave Turkey, nobody knew exactly where he was.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting right now. This is President Donald Trump, who has downplayed the decision to switch planes in Ankara after intelligence flagged an Iranian plot against Air Force One, stating that the choice was entirely up to the Secret Service, whom he simply follows. And he said that they wanted him on a different but equally safe aircraft. So he complied without pressing for details, noting only that there was apparently a threat and that he receives such many threats usually. So he's trying to downplay as usual. But as per credible sources, the threat was also serious. And he also went on to claim that the new plane was sent to England so US soldiers could tour it. Let's listen into what Donald Trump has said.
Well, it's only up to Secret Service. I just follow what they'd like to do. So I go by Secret Service and the military. They wanted me to go on a different flight, a different plane, equal safety, but they wanted me to do it, so I do it. I do what they say.
Why did they want you to do that?
I guess there was a threat out there. I didn't really ask too much about it. I get a lot of threats. Well, it's only up to Secret Service. I just follow what they'd like to do. So I go by Secret Service and the military. They wanted me to go on a different flight, a different plane, equal safety, but they wanted me to do it, so I do it. I do what they say.
Why did they want you to do that?
I guess there was a threat out there. I didn't really ask too much about it. I get a lot of threats.
A powerful 7.4 magnitude earthquake has devastated western Colombia, killing at least 111 people and injuring dozens, with around 1,600 buildings damaged or destroyed. Rescue teams are digging through collapsed structures as more than 2,700 people remain missing. The epicenter was near San José del Palmar in the remote Chocó region, complicating rescue and damage assessments, while the quake was also felt in Ecuador and Panama. Now, Colombia's government has declared an emergency, and the United States has pledged $15.5 million in emergency aid as the country begins a difficult recovery.
A powerful 7.4 magnitude earthquake struck western Colombia, killing at least 1,100 people and injuring dozens. Around 1,600 buildings were damaged or destroyed. Rescue teams and family rushed to the collapsed buildings, digging through concrete and rubble in search of survivors. More than 2,700 people were reported missing as desperate families search for loved ones.
Porque el cajón, como se ve, debe estar ofreciendo algunos triángulos de vida. ¿Por qué crees que está aquí? Es absolutamente seguro que está aquí. Absolutamente seguro. Están todos sus sillas de montar a caballo, todos sus enseres. No contesta el teléfono. El portero no le dio conocimiento de salida y su carro está allí parqueado. Y no está, él está ahí.
The epicenter was near San José del Palmar in the remote Chocó region, making rescue and damage assessment more difficult. The quake devastated parts of Pereira, Cali and Quibdó and was felt in neighboring Ecuador and Panama. President Abelardo de la Espriella declared an emergency, promising swift government support for affected communities. Colombia's Geological Service called it the country's strongest recorded earthquake of the 21st century. Several aftershocks followed. Even UN stands ready to help Colombia in the state of emergency.
We are monitoring the developments following the 7.4 magnitude earthquake that struck Colombia this morning. The epicenter was reportedly in central Colombia, between the states of Chocó and Valle de Cauca, but was felt across the region from Panama to Ecuador to Venezuela. Connectivity in rural areas has become limited, and we don't yet have information on casualties and impacts, but we've received reports of structural damage, including collapsed houses across several towns. The government has initiated precautionary evacuations and is leading efforts to assess damage and casualties. Our thoughts go out to all who have suffered as a result of this earthquake, and we stand ready to help as needed. We will share updates as they become available.
The US also pledged $15.5 million in emergency aid for shelter, food and relief as Colombia began the difficult road to recovery.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Turkey's parliament has approved a law offering conditional relief to thousands of Kurdish militants. Now, in a major step towards ending decades of conflict with the PKK, the law sets out disarmament and rehabilitation measures, while some cases could be suspended or dropped. Now, the pro-Kurdish DEM party backed the move but says Kurdish rights and equal citizenship must still be addressed.
Turkey's parliament has approved a new law offering conditional relief to thousands of Kurdish militants as part of a push to end decades of conflict. The bill passed 468 to 88 and will take effect after authorities confirm that the PKK has fully disarmed.
Açık ve net ifade ediyoruz. Bu metini ne gözü kapalı kutsuyoruz, ne eksik diye reddediyoruz. Değerini teslim ediyor, eksiğini açıkça söylüyoruz. Bu yasada şüphesiz eksikler ve eleştirilecek yönler de var. Bu yasada yok diye ana dil, eşit yurttaşlık ve yerel demokrasi başta olmak üzere Demokratik haklar unutulmuş talepler değildir. Bunlar sürecin olmazsa olmazlarıdır. Barışa giden yolun taşlarıdır. Fakat ilk aşamanın ölçütleriyle nihai çözümün ölçütlerini birbirine karıştırmamalıyız.
The PKK announced last year that it was ending its armed campaign against the Turkish state following a call from its imprisoned leader Abdullah Öcalan. The law sets out steps for disarmament and the rehabilitation of PKK members.
Teklif kabul edilmiş ve kanunlaşmıştır. Hayırlı olsun.
Some prison sentences and legal cases will also be suspended, with cases dropped if no new terror-related offences are committed. The pro-Kurdish Dem party backed the move but says issues like Kurdish language rights and equal citizenship still need to be addressed. The law is seen as a major step toward peace and could also impact Turkey's relationship with Iraq and Kurdish groups in Syria.
All right, viewers, now let's move ahead and get you all the top other international developments now in international wraps. Rescue crews and civilians surged through rubble on Tuesday after a powerful magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck western Colombia, killing at least 181 people and injuring around 2,595. At least 195 people remain missing, while civilian-run databases put the number as high as 3,900. Authorities say 1,136 homes were destroyed, with the first 48 to 72 hours considered crucial for rescue operations. At least 14 artisanal miners were killed and 8 others injured after the walls of an illicit mine caved in on them in South Africa. Police said that the incident happened near a major platinum mining hub, with sniffer dogs and specialized equipment deployed to search for anyone still trapped. Now, 3 injured miners were arrested on suspicion of illegal mining. Firefighters continued battling a blaze at an oil facility after a drone strike hit a gasoline storage tank in Libya's key western oil town. The tank, which held around 4.5 million litres of fuel, collapsed after the strike, prompting the facility to declare a state of maximum emergency. No group has claimed responsibility, as repeated attacks highlight ongoing security concerns around the country's oil infrastructure. A coalition of advocacy groups rallied yesterday against the continued deployment of National Guard troops and the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. More than 4,600 military personnel from Washington and 24 states and territories remained deployed as of August 4. While the deployment has been extended through January 29, protesters argue that the prolonged military presence threatens the city's autonomy and is no longer justified. Members of minority communities and rights activists marched in Karachi, demanding stronger protection for minority-owned properties and places of worship. The rally, held on National Minorities Day, also called for an end to discrimination and greater political representation. Protesters urged the government to increase reserved seat quotas in federal and provincial legislatures and ensure equal rights for religious minorities. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Vietnamese President To Lam have agreed to deepen defence, security and economic cooperation during talks in Canberra. Now, the two leaders endorsed a new statement on economic resilience, focusing on secure supply chains across food, energy and critical goods. Now, Vietnam will also open its market to Australian kangaroo and deer meat, as both countries look to strengthen their comprehensive strategic partnership and expand ties in trade, energy, minerals, agriculture and technology. Watch this report.
Vietnamese president has received a ceremonial welcome in Canberra as Australia and Vietnam move to deepen their strategic partnership. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Lam agreed to strengthen cooperation in defence, maritime and border security. The two sides also agreed on a new joint statement focused on economic resilience and more reliable supply chains.
Today, His Excellency and I agreed to deepen cooperation under our comprehensive strategic partnership that we established just last year. we have agreed to a new joint statement on economic resilience. At a time when the world is becoming more uncertain, resilient supply chains matter more than ever. Whether it's food, energy or critical goods, both our countries have an interest in keeping trade open and reliable. That is good for our economies, good for our security and good for our region. Today we also welcome stronger cooperation across defence, maritime and border security, the digital economy, agriculture, energy, minerals, science and innovation. I'm particularly pleased that Vietnam has agreed to provide market access for Australian kangaroo and deer meat. This will open up avenues for up to $500,000 in trade for Australian exporters. That's good news for Australian producers and another sign of the growing strength of our economic relationship.
Cooperation will expand across energy, critical minerals, agriculture, digital economy, science and innovation. Albanese said both countries have a shared interest in keeping trade open and supply chains secure. Vietnam will also open its market to Australian kangaroo and deer meat, creating new opportunities for Australian exporters. The visit marks Lam's first trip to Australia as Vietnam leader and comes as both countries seek to build closer economic and security ties.
Well, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Turkey's parliament has approved a law offering conditional relief to thousands of Kurdish militants in a major step towards ending decades of conflict with the PKK. The law sets out disarmament and rehabilitation measures, while some cases could also be suspended or dropped. The pro-Kurdish DM party backed the move, but says Kurdish rights and equal citizenship must still be addressed. Watch this report.
Turkey's parliament has approved a new law offering conditional relief to thousands of Kurdish militants as part of a push to end decades of conflict. The bill passed 468 to 88 and will take effect after authorities confirm that the PKK has fully disarmed.
Açık ve net ifade ediyoruz. Bu metini ne gözü kapalı kutsuyoruz, ne eksik diye reddediyoruz. Değerini teslim ediyor, eksiğini açıkça söylüyoruz. Bu yasada şüphesiz eksikler ve eleştirilecek yönler de var. Bu yasada yok diye ana dil, eşit yurttaşlık ve yerel demokrasi başta olmak üzere demokratik haklar unutulmuş talepler değildir. Bunlar sürecin olmazsa olmazlarıdır. Barışa giden yolun taşlarıdır. Fakat ilk aşamanın ölçütleriyle nihai çözümün ölçütlerini birbirine karıştırmamalıyız.
Let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Syria's ousted President Bashar Assad has been sentenced to death in absentia for war crimes and crimes against humanity. His brother Maher and cousin Atif Najib were also sentenced to death. Victims' families and survivors welcomed the landmark verdict, while Syria's new authorities are seeking Assad's extradition from Russia. Watch this report.
A Syrian court has sentenced ousted President Bashar Assad to death in absentia for crimes against humanity and war crimes committed during the country's 14-year conflict. Assad's younger brother Meher and their cousin Atif Najib were also handed death sentences in the landmark verdict, the first against senior members of the Assad family since their 5-decade rule ended. Najib, a former security chief in Dara, was convicted over the brutal crackdown that followed anti-government graffiti by teenagers in 2012, a case that helped spark Syria's uprising. Outside the Damascus courthouse, families of victims and survivors of detention gathered to celebrate, calling the verdict a long-awaited moment of justice.
اليوم هو إنصاف لكل الجرحى، إنصاف للشهداء، إنصاف للمعتقلين، إنصاف للسوريين الذين هجروا من بلادهم دون وجل، هجروا من بلادهم بدون حق بدون وجه حق. إذا نحن اليوم بيوم تاريخي، هو يوم انتصار الحق على الباطل، انتصار السوريين على ظلامهم وعلى هذا النظام البائد.
Many said the sentence marked recognition of the suffering of hundreds of thousands killed, detained or forced into exile during the conflict.
نقلني نظام الأسد من مدرستي بعمر لا يتجاوز 13 سنة. الحمد لله رب العالمين سقط الأسد وعدم عاطف نجيب، وبإذن الله دور لبشار الأسد بإذن الله عز وجل. اليوم الفرحة لا توصف أبدا، والفرحة الأكبر على إعدام بشار الأسد بإذن الله.
Assad and Meher fled to Russia after the regime collapsed in December 2024 and were granted asylum, while Syria's new authorities have demanded their extradition to face justice.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to address Lok Sabha today to discuss on the student protests. Coming up, more details on that and a lot more after a short commercial break.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
वहाँ पे 5:30 बजे शाम को आज जो है बहुत तेज फैसला आया है। कारण जो है वहाँ पे एक बिजली बेस था जो कि बह गया, और वहाँ पे हमने इसको के लिए हम लोगों ने NDRF की जगह पे टीम भेज दी गई है।
The Democratic Republic of Congo is battling its fastest spreading Ebola outbreak on record, with more than 2,000 deaths and 4,300 confirmed cases. The outbreak has spread across 5 provinces and into neighboring Uganda, with insecurity and supply shortages hampering containment efforts. The WHO has declared it a public health emergency of international concern. Watch this report.
The Democratic Republic of Congo is battling its fastest spreading Ebola outbreak on record. Health authorities say the death toll has crossed 2,000, with more than 4,300 confirmed cases. The outbreak has spread across 5 provinces, with cases also reported in neighboring Uganda. The outbreak is caused by the Bundibugyo strain, which has no approved vaccine or treatment. Efforts to contain the virus are being hampered by insecurity, supply shortages, and difficulties tracing contacts. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Air India pilot likely tested positive for marijuana. DGCA sources say second toxicology report also returns positive. More details on that and a lot more after a break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be sad.
finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट?
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
सारा असम का स्थिति बहुत खराब है। नाजिरा, शिवसागर, सरायदेव, मंगलदोई, जागीरोड, उसका बाद खुमताई में भी 4-5 दिन से वो धनसिरी जो रिवर है वो बढ़ गया है और इसीलिए बहुत गांव में पानी घुस के आदमी को रिलीफ कैंप में रहना पड़ा है। जो सरकार ने रिलीफ कैंप बनाया है उसमें लोग बैठा है और बहुत बुरी हाल हो गया है।
Devastating flood, which caused, affected 166,000 people of our Jorhat district in 304 villages.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. My name is Nayan Shukla. But this Independence Day, Republic TV is going to bring to you the Nationalist Collective Conclave. It is an Independence Day special that we are going to bring to you. It's a powerful tribute to the extraordinary men and women who have served India with courage, with pride and with unwavering devotion. From the stories of brave hearts to their ultimate sacrifice to the families who continue to carry their legacy with strength and pride, this conclave brings to you powerful conversations on courage, service and also patriotism. It is a day to remember to put those who have put themselves before the nation. In fact, the Nationalist Collective Conclave is about their sacrifice, it is about our freedom, and it is only going to air on Republic TV. Right now it's time for the headlines of the hour. Let's delve in. Air India pilot likely to be tested positive for marijuana. DGCA sources say second toxicology report also returns positive. Outgoing Air India CEO Campbell Wilson summoned. Government seeks answers amid the ongoing probe into the Air India altitude drop mishap. Jharkhand students hold a silent march using mobile phone flashlights. Protest continues as students press for actions of their demand. FCRA Amendment Bill referred to as Joint Parliamentary Committee. All parties to deliberate on the proposed changes. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to address Lok Sabha today to discuss on the students' protest. Viewers, multiple sources are reporting that the pilot in command of Air India Flight 2379, which was acting under the influence of psychoactive substances, was found to be sitting and on the flight deck of the floor, and these are the behavioral reports that have emerged from the flight. In fact, the pilot has acted under the influences of substances. These are psychoactive substances, and these are reports that we're getting right now that these are emerging after the flight dropped around 300 feet. Sources are claiming that the pilot was under some kind of influence of psychoactive material. We were tracking that for you. In fact, it is appearing that he was not in control of himself at all. He was unable to walk properly after exiting from the aircraft, and it was frequently prompted by the cabin crew that a formal complaint would be filed against his behavior, while the young co-pilot single-handedly steadied the plane and safely landed to its destination. He was attempting to smoke on the flight. He was requiring the assistance of the cabin crew to return to his seat, and he was not fully in control of himself. In fact, the flight dropped around 300 feet, and these are the reports that are emerging right now. He was getting more and bringing you more breaking news right now. There is sources that the pilot sat on the flight deck and he was trying to smoke. And this smoking is not some regular smoking. It is some psychoactive substances that were filled, and the pilot smoked apparently on the deck of the floor. Now he was frequently sitting on the flight deck. He was attempting to smoke, and he was assisted by the cabin crew to be helped and taken back to his seat. While on the contrary, the young co-pilot who was emerging and coming on the flight with him single-handedly steadied the plane, safely landed it to the destination, and also the crew, the cabin crew, which was a part of the entire procedure, filed a formal complaint with the airline over this person's behavior. So clearly, the pilot was under some psychoactive substance. He was unable to walk properly, and unfortunately he even tried to sit on the deck floor and tried to smoke, which is unfortunate. Who is unfortunately seen to be walking not properly, not conducting himself at the mark. In fact, we will be also having a conversation, a detailed conversation with Mr. C.S. Randhawa, who is from the Federation of Indian Pilots. He's a president, and we'll have a conversation to him to understand what exactly went wrong. Let me actually get back to him. Mr. Randhawa, thank you so much for joining us for the conversation right now. Now, I have two questions for you, Mr. Randhawa. First of all, is there a confirmation from the DGCA that he was apparently, booked under some kind of behavioral charges?
You see, first and foremost thing, when the airline writes to DGCA, it is not made public because it is under investigation. Okay. So the media also picks up links from in between if they get any information when the information is transmitted to DGCA. Now, the media has again reported that he has been found smoking in the cockpit on the floor, right, sitting. Now, this is an extremely serious offense in case he has done it. So that will be proved during the course of the investigations. That depends upon that if the cabin crew has reported the matter of the incident, and this will be a part of the investigations. Now, the rule position is very clear, whether it's a passenger or the crew. The Rule 25, it talks about smoking. Now, for smoking, you have no ban list and all that stuff is there for the passengers. Okay. But for passengers and the crew, I think the rule also clarifies that there can be a fine up to 2 lakhs and up to 10 lakhs, I think, and 2 to 10 lakhs, and jail for 2 years. That is given in Rule 25 of the Indian Aircraft Rules 1937. Okay. So this is in case it is true, then it is a very serious thing that you can't be smoking drugs on the floor of the cockpit, right, jeopardizing the lives of so many passengers. Right. This is totally unacceptable if it has happened. Point number one. Point number two, I am reiterating since last so many years that there is a lack of oversight by DGCA. no one is bothered to take that up. Because you have to understand that even if you are carrying out 10% check on the pilots in a year, supposing an airline has got 2,000 pilots, so it will take them 10 years to do the test for everyone, because they will do it only for 10% people. So 10% pilots, 10% cabin crew, 10% engineers. So a person will be tested once in 10 years. So
Mr. Randhawa, so what is likely the solution to this? I mean, of course, testing is the need of the hour, and as per my understanding, every person needs to undergo a test before they blow, in terms of the crew and the pilots. They need to undergo certain tests in order to be able to fly. So what is this contradiction that you're talking about?
See, the first and foremost thing is that the existing regulation, we have to see the existing regulation. The existing regulation, all pilots, it's not like a breath analyzer test that's on domestic flights. Every flight, the person has to undergo breath analyzer. The problem is that this is a urine sample which goes to a specialized lab. In Cosmos cities, there are not more than 2 labs in a place. So small B class, C class cities, there hardly be any labs which can test this. So there is the need of the hour is that you have
But Mr. Randhawa, it is understood and believed that he was sitting on the floor apparently and trying to smoke, and the crew was trying to pacify him, calm him down, put him on a seat. What is your understanding? Are you aware of something like this unfolding?
No, I have not heard it. I read it in Times of India.
I know you also heard it on Republic.
Yeah, I got to know from Times of India that this thing has happened, and it is extremely unfortunate that a pilot has behaved in such a manner that it is deplorable.
Right.
If this is true.
Right,
now,
Mr. Randhawa.
Now I'm saying the way forward, as you asked me, there is a change required for the regulations.
Okay.
You have to increase the percentage. If you want to do this test on every flight, it will not happen like a breath analyzer test so fast. You will have to create labs at every airport.
Okay.
And these are specialized labs. You cannot get the results immediately.
Okay.
So how the airlines are going to do this is really difficult.
Mr. Randhawa, I'm sure in due course of time, this will also unfold with the kind of development that is taking across sectors. We hope and really wish that this also unfolds in due course of time. Thank you so much for joining us at this hour and giving us your inputs on this terrible matter. Well, right now, shifting our focus. Thank you so much, Mr. Randhawa. In fact, on your television screen is the cabin crew trying to help the pilot to the back of the seat, and there is sources that he was unable to walk properly. All right, viewers, with that, we're going to take you and continue with the story where the terrifying mid-air scare on Air India flight from Phuket to Delhi has now triggered a fresh question over the pilot's fitness and flight safety. The Airbus 320A was carrying 137 passengers, 8 crew members, and reportedly suffered a sudden 300-foot altitude drop. Now, 17 passengers were injured. Sources are saying that the pilot in command had returned a positive result in the second toxicology test for marijuana, putting the spotlight firmly on the pilot's fitness, aviation safety, and DGCA's response. Here's a complete report that we have. Take a look.
Scenes of absolute horror in mid-air. After Air India Airbus A320 flight AI-237 from Phuket to Delhi faced a sudden mid-air scare. The aircraft was carrying 137 passengers and 8 crew members when the plane reportedly suffered a sudden 300-foot altitude drop. Luggage fell from overhead bins. Passengers crouched in their seats and 17 people were hospitalized with injuries. The incident was initially reported as turbulence, but the investigation has now brought fresh scrutiny on the pilot in command. Republic had earlier reported that the pilot's initial post-flight test for psychoactive substances returned a non-negative result. The test was reported to have detected marijuana, raising concerns over the pilot's fitness to fly. Now, a DGCA source, speaking on the condition of anonymity, says the pilot has reportedly tested positive for marijuana in the second toxicology test. And amid the turbulence, the pilot's announcement from inside the aircraft has also come under scrutiny.
बस रात का 72 बज जाएगी, समझ रहे हैं? हमारे लिए सबके ये हमारी गलती नहीं है, हवा का चुकता है, हमको समझ नहीं है क्या? क्रू संभाल रहा है, क्रू खुद इंजर्ड है। अगर आपने फोटो सोशल मीडिया डाली, आपको पता है आजकल किस तरह सुनिबल 1 मिनट नहीं लगता कटका देते हैं। तो इंसानियत के तौर पर हमारा और आपका भविष्य सुरक्षित रखिए प्लीज। 40 मिनट और की बात है, we are landing into Delhi where you will have the best treatment possible.
Outgoing Air India CEO Campbell has also been questioned by the Civil Aviation Ministry over the incident.
What happened during the questioning, sir?
We were just giving an update on the status of the investigation. Excuse me, people. Excuse me.
Sir, did the minister say anything regarding the incident?
It's not for me to say. I think that's up to him to give an update. Thank you for
And has the second BA test?
Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has assured that the matter is being taken seriously.
So this issue we have taken very, very seriously from the ministry side also. So we have just spoken to him as a preliminary task just to get an update. But I have to tell you that AIB has been given the task to continue on the investigation, and we have good confidence on AIB. So I would say that let us wait for the full-fledged report to come from AIB so that we can see what definitive action needs to be taken on this.
The minister said the government is looking into the matter of substance abuse by the pilot.
If it is anything related to substance abuse or substance using, I would say that from the ministry we are taking it very, very seriously, and if we find that there needs to be some tweaking in the existing regulations, we are ready to do that.
The investigation is also examining multiple technical glitches reported on the aircraft. According to a DGCA source, these include triple hydraulic system failures, an autopilot disconnect, a flight control stall warning, and multiple indicator switches briefly going off. The AAIB is investigating whether these technical failures contributed to the dramatic altitude loss. But if the pilot was under the influence during the flight, questions will now arise whether his fitness affected his response during the emergency. After the Ahmedabad crash tragedy last year, Air India is once again facing intense scrutiny over safety and accountability. The biggest question now, who takes responsibility when the safety of hundreds of flyers is at stake?
All right, viewers, bringing you another breaking news where a video has emerged from the POJK where security forces are seen firing rapidly and indiscriminately in Baloch, in Sudhnoti, and these are all Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir parts. So security breach has happened where a lot of firing is seen from the Pakistani army side, the Rangers side. They're opening fire on the normal civilians, the peaceful protesters who are trying to walk all the way from Rawalakot to Muzaffarabad. This is a 50-day, it's been 50 days that this protest has been unfolding and there is no rest. Now the Rangers are opening fire at civilians.
रात को यहाँ पे जो गोलियां आके लगी हैं भाई साहब, उनमें से एक गोली ये वो गोली है जिससे
Viewers, it is utterly and a complete violation of the human rights. There is also Mr. Randhir Jaswal who has spoken on the matter. Let's listen into what he has to say.
Continue to follow developments across the world. At the same time, I would like to highlight that we have seen the kind of human rights violations that were committed in Pakistan occupied Kashmir and other parts of that country. We call upon the international community to hold Pakistan accountable for its misdeeds, for its abuses, and for flagrant violation or gross violation of human rights, including of all its people.
All right, viewers, moving on to our next story, where the TVK is now facing fresh questions over its stand on religion and abortion. Tamil Nadu Assembly Speaker JCD Prabhakar's participation in an anti-abortion rally and his remarks on life begins at conception have triggered a political row. Now, with Vijay maintaining silence, the controversy has in fact raised more and larger questions. Is this an individual leader's religious belief, or does it reflect a wider ideological shift within the TVK? We're continuing to track this question for you, but here's a report. Take a look.
Another controversy is brewing around the TVK, this time over abortion. Assembly Speaker JCD Prabhakar's participation in an anti-abortion rally held by the Catholic Church has triggered a political row. At the rally, Prabhakar backed the view that life begins at conception, saying, "We have no right to abortion." His remarks have now raised a bigger question: is this his personal belief, or does it reflect TVK's ideological position? The controversy comes as Vijay's party continue to project itself as a secular political force, while Vijay has maintained silence on the issue.
The question now comes right at the time an FCRA bill is all set to pass in the parliament and the talks are going on. A state resolution was passed today asking for the FCRA to be stopped and not agreeable in the state of Tamil Nadu. Multiple Christian organization leaders met Chief Minister Joseph Vijay yesterday, and at the same time there is JCD Prabhakar who speaks about an anti-abortion rally, and in the speech he also mentioned that the life starts at conception and not after birth, and that this comes as a big question mark, and the BJP is now criticizing Mr. Prabhakar and asking, while the abortion process is legal, while abortion is completely acceptable in the state of Tamil Nadu and completely legal according to the medical records in India, why should the TVK leader approach Christian organizations and promote anti-abortion rallies?
And this is not the first time TVK leaders have faced questions over alleged Catholic influence. Finance Minister Mary Wilson was seen carrying a rosary and cross during the budget presentation. So is TVK simply accommodating individual religious beliefs, or is the party pushing a religious agenda in Tamil Nadu?
Viewers, heading into a short commercial break. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. My name is Nayan Shukla. Coming back after the short break. Outgoing Air India CEO Campbell Wilson summoned. The government seeks answers amid the ongoing probe into the Air India altitude drop mishap. After a short break.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
वहाँ पे 5:30 बजे शाम को आज जो है बहुत तेज फ्लड आया है, कारण जो है वहाँ पे एक बेली बेस था जो कि बह गया, और वहाँ पे हमने इसको के लिए हमको एनडीआरएफ की जगह पे टीम भेज दी गई है। फिलहाल और टीम चली गई है मौके के लिए।
अरे
ब्रिज जाएगा, ब्रिज जाएगा।
जिले के चुसीमिट तहसील में तमक नाला है पड़ता है, वहाँ पे 5:30 बजे शाम को आज जो है बहुत तेज फ्लड फ्लड आया है। इस कारण जो है वहाँ पे एक बेले ब्रिज था जो कि बह गया, और बीआरओ के अधिकारी और कर्मचारी वहाँ पे थे, आसपास ही थे, तो उसमें बीआरओ की गाड़ी है, कैंपर था, वो ड्राइवर भी था, लापता हो गए हैं, उनकी खोजबीन की जा रही है। और वहाँ पे हमने इसको के लिए हम लोगों ने एनडीआरएफ की जगह पे टीम भेज दी गई है, असलार और टीम चली गई है मौके के लिए। उस साइड जो है, पुल के उस साइड जो है कोई 15-16 गाँव पड़ते हैं मेरे, वहाँ पे जो है उनकी सुविधा के लिए स्टोर कराने के लिए जल्दी प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि कल तक हम लोग जो है दोबारा स्टोर करके कराया जाए। मैं इस विषय में निरंतर संपर्क में हूँ बीआरओ से, और उनसे जो भी आवश्यक सहायता पड़ेगी, डिमांड रहेगी, उनको उपलब्ध कराएंगे, कराने के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और ये भी मालूम कर रहे हैं कि आईटीबी पे संपर्क करके वो साइड क्या हो सकता है, कितने टूरिस्ट मेरे हैं, कोई भी जो वहाँ होगा उस टाइप का उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी।
Amid continuous rain in Uttarakhand, the India Meteorological Department (IMD) has warned of a possible flash flood risk in parts of the state. The IMD's flash flood guidance cell said that until 5:30 p.m. on August 11, there could be a low to moderate risk of flash floods in some areas. The warning covers parts of all 12 districts of Uttarakhand: Almora, Bageshwar, Chamoli, Champawat, Dehradun, Tehri Garhwal, Haridwar, Nainital, Pithoragarh, Rudraprayag, Uttarkashi and Pauri Garhwal. The alert means that heavy rain could quickly increase water levels in rivers, streams and low-lying areas, particularly around vulnerable catchments.
सारा असम का स्थिति बहुत खराब है। नाजिरा, शिवसागर, सरायदेव, मंगलदोय, जागीरोड, उसका बाद खुमताई में भी 4-5 दिन से।
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. We'll be bringing you more breaking news that is coming in this hour, and this is coming in from a boat that got capsized in Zimbabwe's Lake Kariba, where 15 people are dead and 27 are still missing after the overcrowded ferry capsized in Zimbabwe's Lake Kariba. Now, authorities are mentioning that all of the 27 people are still missing, and approximately 77 people have so far been rescued. Now, the vessel was rated to carry just 90 passengers, but it was an overcrowded ferry which capsized, which means it overturned, and there has been a loss of at least 15 people that have been declared as dead, and 27 people are still missing. Now, the vessel was rated, like I told you, to carry only 90 passengers, but it was carrying at least 114 adults along with 5 crew members. So approximately for a 90 people passenger, approximately 120 were on board. And this figure does not include young children who are not counted in the ticket record. So more than 120 people who were on board a ferry that capsized, or let's say overturned, and killed at least 17 people. 15 people have been dead and 27 are still missing. Visuals on your television screen. This is coming from Lake Kariba in Zimbabwe. Heading into a short commercial break on Live This Morning. Coming up, Jharkhand students hold a silent march using mobile phone flashlights. Protests continue as students press for action on their demands. All of this after a short break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
सारा असम का स्थिति बहुत खराब है। नाजिरा, शिवसागर, सरायडो, मंगलदो, जागीरोड, उसका बाद खुमताई में भी 4-5 दिन से वो धनसिरी जो रिवर है वो बढ़ गया है और इसीलिए बहुत गांव में पानी घुस के आदमी को रिलीफ कैंप में रहना पड़ा है। जो सरकार ने रिलीफ कैंप बनाया है उसमें लोग बैठा है और बहुत बुरी हाल हो गया है।
Devastating floods. समझ रहे हैं? हमारे लिए सबके ये हमारी गलती नहीं है। हवा का है, हमको समझ नहीं है क्या?
Air India pilot likely tested positive for marijuana. DGCS sources say second toxicology report also returns positive. Outgoing Air India CEO Campbell Wilson summoned. Government seeks answers amid the ongoing probe into the Air India altitude drop mishap. Jharkhand students hold a silent march using mobile phone flashlights. Protest continues as students press for action on their demands. FCRA Amendment Bill referred to a Joint Parliamentary Committee, all parties to deliberate on the proposed changes. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to address Lok Sabha today to discuss on student protests. Now, in an exclusive conversation, Republic spoke to Colonel Arun Malik, Executive Director of Boxing Federation, after India's historic win in boxing at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Remember, India recorded its finest ever boxing campaign at the Commonwealth Games 2026 in Glasgow, finishing with a historic haul of 7 gold and 3 silver medals. All top 10 Indian boxers who reached the finals secured medals, showcasing unprecedented dominance in the ring.
It's been a historic performance at the Commonwealth Games, and our boxing contingent powered us up the rankings this time with a historic performance, 10 medals, 7 gold medals of them. And we have the man behind him. He's the Indian Army veteran and the Executive Director and CEO of Boxing Federation of India, Colonel Arun Malik, joining us on Republic TV for a very special conversation. Thank you so much, Colonel Malik, and many congratulations for this historic performance of your team. And 7 golds, this is, when we heard of, wrestling teams getting us the medals, or shooting, and all those games were dropped. They were not part of this CWG. But if you could just tell us what was different this time that our boxers were shining all throughout.
Hello, good evening. Firstly, thank you so much for having me over, and thank you for your wonderful wishes. Yes, indeed, the boxing contingent did exceedingly well. We all knew that boxing will do exceedingly well. We were also aware that during these Commonwealth Games, boxing will bring us the best result ever. And yes, the boxers did prove themselves, their mettle, and the entire world is there to see, and everybody was appreciating for the wonderful performance. As far as something new that you're asking for, what was different this time? If you study boxing over the last few years, especially the last 2 years, the development has been better than what it was earlier. This is only because we were able to introduce certain different pathways during the entire training cycle of a year. We introduced multiple pathways for entry of boxers into the national camp. Earlier, only select few boxers used to be part of the national camp, and throughout the year, the selection used to take place amongst those people. Okay. But over the last two and a half years, what has happened is that every quarter we have a new competition through which we get new talent coming into the camp, and the bench strength is also becoming stronger. The fire to remain at the top as number 1 and number 2 for all the boxers is stronger. The competition has become stronger, and when all this happens, overall the sport grows and the development is much better.
And I think that's why there was a lot of depth in the team, especially in the women's team. They've been shining all throughout with most of the gold medals. So what do you have to say about that, sir? Because I think that selection has also helped into that, and they have been locking horns with the most formidable and the strongest of the competitors this time.
Yes, indeed. In any case, our women have always been our strength in most of the sporting disciplines, and I can speak especially of boxing, that while the Indian boxing is ranked at number 3 in the world, our women's boxing team is number 1 in the world. They have done really well, beat the world championships. In the Asian championships, the number of medals that they were able to win, most of these girls whom you saw at the Commonwealth Games, most of them are Asian champions, and a lot of them are in the top 2 and the top 5 in the world in their rankings. So yes, they are very strong, but not to lose sight on the men's boxing. This time in the Commonwealth Games, men's boxing also did show a lot of improvement.
Yes,
and we are very happy with the results, what was shown by the men.
Absolutely, sir. And your tenure has been almost 4 odd years. You've been with the Boxing Federation, and you've introduced a couple of changes as well. You focused on centralized training for the boxers, for all the athletes. You've been pushing for a uniform system and more. I think more of a military style discipline, isn't it? But you've been you are a veteran of our armed forces. You've been commissioned in the Brigade of the Guards. You've been the commanding officer of 12 Guards as well. So I think you yourself have been an athlete, having also been participating in trial council. Let me tell our viewers that you've also been given the Ironman, I think one of the all-world athletes silver ranking as well. So I think your inclination towards sport has actually, combined with your military training, has also somewhere brought about a lot of changes, isn't it?
Yeah, as an administrator, what we can do is, give unconditional support to our athletes and to the training people, the training team, be it the coaches or the support staff, the sports science. And if we are able to coordinate things at the national camp, between the entire coaching staff and give them the support that they want, it gives a very conducive environment for all the athletes to grow. And that is what is required. And second thing, which I've always believed in, is that the athletes in the camp, if they have faith in the system, that whatever system that we are following, if they have faith, they will also, fearlessly give their best and produce to the optimum of their potential. And I think that's what has been successful for us. And we plan to keep striving for improvement from here on, going forward towards the Asian Games, or after that, the qualifiers for the Olympic Games, and finally the Olympic Games.
And what sort of training would you be, envisioning for our athletes now? Of course, there have been celebrations galore, but it's time for business. I was just speaking to the boxers just a while back, so they were also going for their training. So, what is the focus this time for the upcoming Asian Games, especially? That will be also challenging with some really important countries who have been really strong in wrestling would be taking part.
So the training camp has already started. The athletes have started reporting. We take first 2-3 days for them to go and settle down in the camp, and then they start their training. And the focus initially will be to get back into the zone of their weight categories where, maximum permissible weight is there, so that the coaches can start focusing. We intend to give them a lot of international exposure, be it with the international sparring partners before they depart finally for a pre-games training camp, which is scheduled for a week in Japan, followed by the competition. So yes, the training remains how it is. It's just that we want them to train with different partners, different style boxers, so that they are well prepared to take on one of the best in the world. The other countries, there are some strong nations coming in the Asian Games, but so are we. So we'll have a great competition.
Right, and again go back to your role, and your role has been hailed by many of the veterans. I just remember one of the pictures, you were cheering for the country, cheering for our athletes with the tricolour, and even the former army chief and so many veterans from the services, they've all hailed your role, and they all hailed the role of the Indian Army, because the Indian Army had the massive contribution, the maximum number of medals we talk about. The Indian military has contributed almost 46 to 50% of the medals this time in the Commonwealth Games at Glasgow. So if you could just tell us more about what contribution does the army training also have, because even Narendra Berbal was telling us about being associated with the army and the kind of support that the army has provided, and even the athletes being associated with the Army Sports Institute, which is of course known for the elite training of our sports persons, and of course high performance training. So tell us more on that front. How was it when you saw those flood of tweets, those posts, and what really goes behind, sir?
Well, yes, the support that that the veterans all over the country gave me was very encouraging for me. It gives me a lot of motivation to keep going on the way the system is going and the way I'm going. There are times when such things become really tough, but such motivation takes us forward. And secondly, our connection with the athletes is amazing. We get a lot of good response from the athletes. It's always good to interact with the athletes. They are high energy people, and for us, it's like an honor to be able to provide the support to the best that we have for the country, who make us proud. So yeah, it's wonderful to be part of this journey.
Right. So you feel that this performance is going to become the new normal for us in the upcoming tournaments?
Yes, absolutely. We've just raised the bar, and we need to work harder now to keep raising it with every big competition and big games. It's very good, when it is multi-sport games like Commonwealth, Asian Games, the entire country is watching, and that is the time good performing sports get the due recognition that they deserve. And I think boxing did get this recognition. It had been pending for a very long time, and we are so proud that as the finals kept happening in Commonwealth Games, we saw India's position which kept rising amongst the Commonwealth countries, and finally we landed where we are today at number 4, and we are proud to say that boxing was a great contributor in that rise.
One final question, sir, because 15th August is just around the corner, and we are celebrating the veterans, we're celebrating the contribution of every Indian in the making of India. And as India marches forward, India's growth story, we have now youth icons. A lot of talk about youth these days, but when we got the news of all these youngsters, we call them the real icons of a young India. So what will be your message to those youngsters who are out there, who are maybe looking forward to join sports or join the services or any field, any discipline for that matter? What is your mantra? What has been your mantra, and what is the mantra that you would give to them?
Some of the boxing bouts were so fantastic. Our boxers were trailing, and the way they played their second and the third round and bounced back and came up as winners is something that everybody who wants to achieve something in life has to see and get this message and this lesson from here, that first and foremost, it's not over till it's over. So you can't give up in life in anything. You may have a tougher phase going forward, but if you keep striving to become better version of yourself, I think in the end we will all come out as winners. So never give up on anything. If you set your eyes on an aim, don't let go till the time you achieve that aim. And sports is the best thing from where you can draw such lessons.
Absolutely.
And this time we can look at boxing, and I'm sure other sports as well. So yeah, that's it.
Very rightly pointed out there, and thank you so much for sharing that message for the youth of the nation. Thank you so much, Colonel Arun Malik. It's a pleasure and an honor to speak to you here, and we wish you and the team all the very best for the future games.
Thank you so much for having me over. Thank you. It was great talking to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, the agitating Jharkhand students refused to call off their stir and took out a silent procession on the 18th day of the protest. While speaking to Republic, the students have fully exposed how the protest is being hijacked and how they are actually being harassed. They also spoke against the police brutalities.
आज से नहीं, डे 1 से पुलिस हम लोगों को चुनौती का सामना करना पड़ रहा था, लेकिन 8 अगस्त से जिस तरह से पुलिस बार बार रात में आकर हम लोग को परेशान कर रही है, 12 जैसे ही बज रहा, 1 बज रहा, 2 बजे 3 बज रहा है। कल 10 तारीख का जो हम लोगों का प्रोग्राम हुआ है विधानसभा का, 10 कल 2:30 बजे रात में आके यहाँ पर बच्चियों को धमका रहा है, तुम्हारा फोटो खींच रहा है, उन लोगों का नाम पूछ रहा है, बोला तेरा काम हो गया, घर में जाकर पुलिस धमकी दे रही है।
आप लोग जब सभी मीडिया लोग जितने भी आए हुए थे, जब सब चले गए तो वहाँ पे देखा मैंने कि धीरे धीरे पहले 2 पुलिस आए, फिर 3, 4 ऐसे करते करते फिर हमारे जो क्षेत्र के सिटी एसपी सर हैं, उपायुक्त सब आए। उसके बाद यहाँ पे बात की है जो अनशन में बैठे हुए उनसे, उसके बाद फिर वहाँ से जाने।
शुरुआत में कोई महिला पुलिसकर्मी नहीं थी,
अभी शुरुआत से अंत तक कोई नहीं थी। उसके बाद बात करने के बाद जब वहाँ पे सारी बातचीत उन लोगों की हो गई, कैसे है क्या है, जो भी उनकी अपनी बात हुई होगी, फिर देखा हमने कि नोटिस किया कि धीरे धीरे स्ट्रीट लाइट के सभी लाइट्स ऑफ हो गए।
सरकार तो कोशिश कर रही है सर, लेकिन हम लोग नहीं हटेंगे। हम लोग छात्र हैं और इतना मेहनत किए, अपने हक के लिए लड़ाई हम लोग लड़ेंगे। सरकार चाहे कितना भी प्रयास करे, हम लोग यहाँ से नहीं हटने वाले हैं। हम लोग लड़ेंगे भी और जीतेंगे भी।
जैसे 12 बजे सोने का टाइम था हम लोग का, और सोने के लिए हम लोग यहाँ पे बिस्तर बिछा रहे थे और सोने की तैयारी कर रहे थे। अचानक से सिटी एसपी आते हैं, डीसी साहब आते हैं, एसपी आते हैं। फिर हम लोग खाना भी नहीं खाए थे, सोचे खाना खाएंगे। जब खाना खाने के लिए बाहर जाए, जब बाहर रोड के किनारे बैठे खाने लगे तो देख रहे महिला पुलिस गाड़ी के पीछे छिपे खड़ी है। हमने जब पूछा उनसे आप कौन है, स्टूडेंट हैं। हम पूछे कौन सा स्टूडेंट है आप, कौन सा एग्जाम दिए हैं, तो मुंह छिपा के आगे चले गई।
Now, the protesting students, while speaking to Republic, revealed the drastic conditions under which the students are holding the protest. They exposed how it's an extremely difficult phase, sleeping outdoors night after night, yet holding on to the hope that their voices will be heard.
भारत में रांची में आंदोलन की आपको एक एक तस्वीरें दिखाई हर दिन, लेकिन आखिर जहां रात 12 बजे के करीब, 2 बजे के करीब देश का कोई न्यूज़ चैनल आया नहीं है, बेशक कई सारे आए, कि आखिर रात के अंधेरे में सोते कैसे हैं, कैसे वो हर दिन बिना खाए पिए रह रहे हैं अनशन पर, कैसे उस तिरपाल के नीचे अपनी रातें वो गुजार रहे हैं, वो सब कुछ दिखाने के लिए देखिए देर रात हम पहुंच चुके हैं। देखिए आप छात्रों को सोते हुए, विकास फोकस करिए, देख रहे हैं आप दिन भर ये छात्र थके हुए थोड़ी सी अपनी थकान दूर कर रहे हैं, ये यहाँ पर सोए हुए हैं कि आखिर कुछ तो होगा आगे। मैं हो सकता है देखिए गहरी नींद में छात्र, मैं जगाऊंगा इन्हें, बातचीत करूंगा इन्हें, माफ़ी चाहूँगा आपको जगाते वक्त। हर दिन यहीं आप रातें गुजार रहे हैं, सो भी रहे हैं, कितना मुश्किल होगा ये सर।
बहुत दिक्कत है सर, बहुत परेशानी है सर।
थोड़ी सी नींद तोड़ लीजिए 30 सेकंड के लिए, ताकि लेटे रहिए आप, लेटे रहिए। मैं आपको परेशान करने नहीं आया हूँ, मैं बस जानने आया हूँ आपकी तकलीफ़ों को। ऐसा आखिर कब तक चलेगा? आप लोग हर दिन ऐसे रातें इस टेंट के नीचे आप लोग गुजार रहे हैं।
जब तक हमारी मांगें पूरी नहीं होगा तब तक हम लोग इसी तरह रहेंगे,
ऐसे ही रहेंगे। देखिए कर्तव्य है हमारा ना इन तस्वीरों को दिखाना। कई सारे लोग आए, जग पाएंगे सौरा थोड़ा सा माफ़ी के साथ, इधर फोकस करिए। कैसे देर रात आप लोग जग रहे हैं, कैसे आप लोग आंदोलन में अभी तक?
बस मजबूरियाँ है, कुछ थोड़ा मजबूरियाँ है जिसके चलते ये करना पड़ रहा है। किसको शौक लगा हुआ है, घर हमारा भी है, लेकिन आज सिपाही इतने खुले मैदान में सो रहे हैं, सांप बिच्छू है, फिर भी उसे बिना डरे भय सो रहे हैं।
अभी नींद आपको दिन भर थकान से गहरी आई नहीं, सोने वाले थे आप, हमने जगा दिया, उसके लिए माफ़ी चाहूँगा। लेकिन कब तक ये सब करेंगे आप?
जब तक हमारी मांगें पूरी नहीं होंगी तब तक करेंगे।
All right, viewers, we'll pause for a short break. Coming up after the break, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to address Lok Sabha today to discuss on student protests.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा, रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
वहाँ पे 5:30 बजे शाम को आज जो है बहुत तेज फैसला आया है, कारण जो है वहाँ पे एक बेलीबेज था जो कि बह गया, और वहाँ पे हमने इसको के लिए हम लोगों ने एनडीआरएफ की जगह पे टीम भेज दी गई है। फिलहाल और टीम की टीम चली गई है मौके के लिए।
Now, dramatic security operation unfolded behind the scenes as President Donald Trump left Turkey following the NATO summit. The US President was publicly seen boarding Air Force One, but was then allegedly secretly transferred through a catering van to a smaller C-32A military jet. Now, Air Force One was used as a decoy as Trump was flown out amid what US officials described as a credible Iranian threat. Now, the extraordinary operation sheds new light on the security risks surrounding Trump as tensions with Iran continue to escalate. Take a look at how Trump made his exit from Ankara.
Donald Trump was supposed to be leaving Turkey aboard Air Force One. He was in fact seen boarding the presidential aircraft in Ankara, with cameras capturing what appeared to be a routine departure following the NATO summit. But that was only a part of the operation. Reports reveal that Trump was secretly taken off the aircraft, moved through a catering van, and driven to a smaller C-32A military jet. After which, the smaller aircraft then carried the president out of Turkey, while Air Force One continued as a decoy. It was an elaborate deception, designed to conceal the president's real movements from anyone attempting to track his departure, at the center of which was none other than Iran. The operation was triggered by a credible threat against Donald Trump and his aircraft at a time when tensions between Washington and Tehran had reached a dangerous new level.
Are you still, a massive escalation, is that still on the table?
Well, we have that ability if we want to do that. Yeah, you'll find.
Those comments were not a reference to the security operation that followed, but they provide a glimpse into the confrontation that formed the backdrop to Trump's extraordinary departure. And there was another complicated element to the equation: Turkey. During Trump's first term, tensions between Washington and Ankara repeatedly spilled into the open, including over Turkey's military actions in northern Syria and its treatment of the Kurds. Now, years later, Trump was in Erdogan's country for a NATO summit and leaving it under a security operation involving decoys, a catering vehicle, and a military aircraft.
I've been in this business for many, many years, and using a decoy as either a car or a plane or any other, or even a ship, this is quite normal. I remember that when I was posted in Washington, D.C., and then subsequently when I went there and the Prime Minister of India was visiting, there would be several motorcades because we were under threat. We all know this, from the Khalistanis and the jihadis. And we would have several motorcades. No one knew which car the Prime Minister was in. The others were decoys.
The principle was straightforward: create enough uncertainty around the president's movements to ensure that an adversary cannot identify the real target. But this operation was taking place against a much larger geopolitical backdrop.
The Iranian threat was very credible. What is also alarming to me is that this threat emerged on Turkish territory. Turkey, obviously, as you know, claims to be an US ally, and what really happened, were the Turks not aware of a threat to the US president's life? Because as you know, that Turkey has recently joined Pakistan and Saudi Arabia for a military pact. So obviously that raises concerns as well about their ability to safeguard the US president as well, because US being an ally of Turkey, but the onus also lies on to make sure that when a US president is traveling, they have to secure it for the US president, and obviously these concerns have emerged.
What is now clear is that the threat perception was considered serious enough for Trump's security detail to abandon the normal choreography of a presidential departure. And that meant making Air Force One the aircraft everyone would watch, while the president slipped away in another.
Usually has a White House press corps which travels with the president. They have a designated role. There are photographers who travel with the president. So the operation may have been planned in such a meticulous manner that in which the president got his exit photographs clicked, then suddenly, instead of the president, and the president's motorcade was seen in these pictures driving up to the Air Force One, which was the legacy Air Force One, the older one, which presumably the president was supposed to board. But what did not happen is, because usually the photographers board the aircraft early and then the president boards again.
The operation may have looked extraordinary from the outside, but for Trump's security detail, it was about one thing: make sure that when the world is watching the president leave Turkey, nobody knew exactly where he was.
All right, viewers, time for a quick break. You're watching Republic. Coming up on the other side, Air India pilot likely tested positive for marijuana. DGCA sources say second toxicology report also returns positive.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
सारा असम का स्थिति बहुत खराब है। नाजिरा, शिवसागर, सरायदेव, मंगलदय, जागीरोड, उसका बाद खुमताई में भी 4-5 दिन से वो धनसिरी जो रिवर है वो बढ़ गया है, और इसीलिए बहुत गांव में पानी घुस के आदमी को रिलीफ कैंप में रहना पड़ा है। तो सरकार ने रिलीफ कैंप बनाया है, उसमें लोग बैठा है और बहुत बुरी हाल हो गया है।
Devastating flood, which caused, affected 166,000 people of our Jorhat district in 304 villages. Casualty number is 9. Number of relief camps were 39, and the total number of inmates in the camp is 9,659. So more than 17,000 animals washed away, and the total affected numbers of animal 118,000. So the flood situation of Jorhat district of Upper Assam.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. My name is Nayan Shukla. Now, this Independence Day, Republic TV brings to you the Nationalist Collective Conclave. It is an Independence Day special. It's a powerful tribute to the extraordinary men and women who have served India with courage, with pride and with unwavering devotion. From the stories of our brave hearts and their ultimate sacrifice to the families who continue to carry their legacy with strength, pride. This conclave brings you powerful conversations on courage, service and patriotism. It is a day to remember those who put the nation before themselves. In fact, the Nationalist Collective Conclave is about their sacrifices, it is about our freedom, and it is only coming on Republic TV. Right now it's time for the headlines. Let's delve in.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Air India massive trouble. AI 2379 pilot behavior resorts emerge at the 300 feet drop. Sources say that the pilot acted under the influence of substance. Cabin crew complained against the pilot's behavior. Outgoing Air India CEO Campbell Wilson, summoned by the government, seeks answers amid the ongoing probe into the Air India altitude drop mishap. Jharkhand students hold a silent march using mobile phone flashlights. Protest continues as students press for action on their demands. FCRA Amendment Bill referred to a Joint Parliamentary Committee, all parties to deliberate on the proposed changes. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to address Lok Sabha today to discuss the student protest. US multiple sources have reported that the pilot in command on the flight AI 2379 was acting under the influence of psychoactive substances. This is frequently setting the flight deck floor. In fact, there are news that he was also smoking marijuana or smoking on board. The pilot was under the influence of psychoactive substances, and there are multiple sources that have reported that the pilot in command was under the influence of psychoactive substances. Now, he was also found sitting frequently on the flight deck floor, attempting to smoke, requiring cabin crew assistance to return to his seat. There were behavioral reports emerging, and it is, according to sources, that the pilot was under some kind of psychoactive substance. In fact, I have my colleague Ishan joining for a conversation and giving us an understanding. He's a reporter with Republic TV. Ishan, let me come back to you. Ishan, क्या जानकारी है आपके पास? What is your understanding of the situation? Is it also from your sources that it's confirmed that he was under some psychoactive substances, Ishan?
Absolutely, the sources have confirmed that the second test of the psychoactive substances has also come back positive. Now, AAIB has been leading the probe under the ICAO protocols, and all of them have pointed that the pilot was under influence of some substance at time of the flight. Now, this test has been done twice just for confirmatory factors, and the second test was conclusive that he was having some psychoactive substances in his system during the flight.
Okay, Ishan. Right, Ishan. I think there is also some audio issue that we're getting from your part, but thank you for joining us from New Delhi. And Ishan is a reporter with us who's doing phenomenal job on the field. Right now, shifting our focus to another breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Another breaking news coming, and this is again from the Air India passengers. the Air India sources, the multiple sources that we are getting, it is confirmed and also understood that the cabin crew had helped the pilot to get back to his seat. He was under the influence of some kind of psychoactive material. He was reportedly unable to walk properly. In fact, the sources are also claiming, and the cabin crew has actually launched a formal complaint with the airline over his behavior. The flight dropped to approximately 300 feet and it caused injuries to several passengers. Approximately 187 passengers were on board, out of which 17 were seriously injured. We're going to be giving you more details on that. In fact, I have a guest joining us shortly, Mr. Venkatesh R. Rao, who is an aviation expert, joining us for a conversation. Sir, it is now almost confirmed from sources that he was under some kind of psychoactive substance, this pilot, which kind of led to the injury of these 17 people on board flight, the Air India flight.
Yeah, it's true. Like I said, now sources are confirming it. Earlier we were in the realm of speculation. But now if the cabin crew themselves are saying that they had to help the pilot back into his seat or to steady himself, then it is a very serious matter and it needs to be taken up very seriously. I mean, can we have a pilot of an aircraft whose lives he's endangering in service in the first place? So these are things that the DGCA needs to look at, and even the civil aviation minister should look into this matter, because how can you have pilots like this? And we should have medical checks regularly. A breathalyzer at the airport doesn't suffice or doesn't help anybody. You see, because that will only tell you the alcohol level, and sometimes even your perfume will get into the system. But if this is the state in which the pilot was found, that he couldn't control himself, he was not in his senses, then it's a sorry state of affairs. That's all that we can say.
Mr. Venkateshwar Rao, I also happen to ask you, is there some kind of an inquiry committee that has been set up? Is there some kind of understanding what is going to unfold now? Will he be held accountable? Is there some kind of, will he be put on line for this? I want to understand all of this from you.
He will have to be put on line. You cannot have a pilot who's under the influence of some substance to continue flying. That is a separate issue. But the DGC has declared this to be an accident, and there is an aircraft investigation board, and they are going to be looking into this and their report. But unfortunately, I have to be very honest, I have very little faith in the DGCA, because the DGCA is a Rip Van Winkle. I mean, there should have been constant monitoring. I mean, there should have been surprise checks being conducted. In fact, even surprise checks conducted by DGCA are of no use, because no proactive action is taken. Because it's all, there is a lot of camaraderie between the DGCA and the airlines. I'm not restricting my comment to Air India itself. But then the DGCA is a body, is a toothless tiger. There are political pulls, there are a lot of issues. So I really don't know how much the DGCA will be able to deliver. Like look at the Ahmedabad crash. What happened? We haven't seen the report hasn't seen the day of flight.
Right.
Shri Ajit Pawar's crash. We haven't seen the thing. So the DGCA, yes, I exactly agree with you that there should be strict action taken. It should be an example that no other pilot or no other crew member, for that matter, I wouldn't restrict it to the pilot, but no other crew member should be doing this. So we'll have to wait and watch what will happen.
Right. And we will continue to track that. Thank you so much, Mr. Venkateshwar Rao, for sparing some moments and speaking with Republic TV. In fact, right now we'll be shifting our focus to another story that we're getting at this hour. But right now, this is coming from on our television screen. I'll request the studio producer to prompt the news for us. Right now, another breaking news is coming in at the hour where the Justice Yashwant Verma, he is going to table. It is going to be tabled in the Lok Sabha today. There is an inquiry committee report on Justice Yashwant Verma, which is going to be tabled in the Lok Sabha today. Now, viewers, remember in 2025, Justice Yashwant Verma's house had reportedly seen burnt cash and after which an inquiry committee has been put up for Justice Yashwant Verma. In fact, what we are bringing to you today is that there was against him a removal of proceedings was initiated when this discovery of unaccounted cash from his official residence was found. Now, according to the list of businesses in the Lok Sabha for today, the Secretary will lay out 2 volumes of report with oral evidence in the House, and also a probe panel will be submitted to finding the Lok Sabha Speaker in May. So, a big breaking news coming in that the inquiry committee report on Justice Yashwant Verma will be tabled in Lok Sabha today. All right, I have my colleague Saurabh joining us right now. Saurabh, what are the details that you have? क्या जानकारी आपके पास आज टेबल होने वाला है यशवंत वर्मा जी के लिए? जो कमेटी इंक्वायरी रिपोर्ट थी वो टेबल होने वाली है लोकसभा में. आपके पास इस बारे में क्या जानकारी है?
Yes, the report is going to be tabled in the Lok Sabha today, and it will be submitted to the Speaker. And this report contains the whole probe, which was done by a 3-member judicial committee, which was formed by the Supreme Court to look into this matter. During this is the case which stems back to March 2025, when there was a fire reported at Yashwant Verma's official residence, which is 30 Tughlaq Crescent in the New Delhi. And during that fire, there were fully burnt and half-burnt money recovered at that time. And after that, the Supreme Court has ordered a probe into this and formed a 3-member judicial committee. But the committee report was completely adverse to Justice Yashwant Verma, and after that only his impeachment process was started, and all the work which was about to be given to Justice Verma was stopped by the Supreme Court in this regard. And during these proceedings in on April 7, 2026, Justice Verma resigned from his post from the Allahabad High Court, and now these reports, which are the findings, which are the investigation of the 3-member judicial committee, will be tabled before the Lok Sabha today, so that it can come into the account of the Lok Sabha, that how many cash was recovered and from where this cash came from. These are the details of this investigation, which will be tabled in the Lok Sabha before all the MPs and the Speaker today. Back to you.
Right, Saurabh. In fact, our viewers also would like to know what is the amount of cash that was burnt, and we will continue to track this story. Saurabh, continue to stay with us. We're getting more breaking news at this hour, where the government is set to push a discussion on the students' protest in Lok Sabha today, with Home Minister Amit Shah expected to question from opposition MPs. Now, the Union Minister has offered a full-fledged discussion in Lok Sabha. This is on the protest by the students in Jharkhand and also police action against them. The Union Home Minister is set to reply to the debate. However, the opposition is refused to relent, insisting that Mr. Amit Shah will clarify who ordered the use of pellet guns on the students in Delhi. So earlier there was, the BJP dared Rahul Gandhi to stay in the Sabha, and Amit Shah is likely to make a statement today. I have my colleague Saurabh, who is continuing to stay with us. Saurabh, what are the updates that you have for us on the story?
Yes, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be present in the Lok Sabha, and he is opposition. He will reply to everything regarding the CJP protest and the student protest which took place on 20th of July regarding the NEET paper leak. However, the opposition has created so much ruckus in the parliament for the past several days, as the NDA government is demanding that the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, should also speak on the Jharkhand student protest, which is currently going on for past several days regarding the same paper leak. And in Jharkhand also, I want to tell our viewers that there is a lathi charge by the police officials on the students, as there is a Congress-led government in the state itself, and but the opposition is raising the issue of the national capital, and they are demanding answers from Union Home Minister Amit Shah regarding the police action on the CJP youth who were present at that location. But they are not ready to give the answers on Jharkhand, where the students are protesting. They are demanding accountability from the government, and Jharkhand police have done severe brutality with that student, and they have done a lathi charge when these students in the Jharkhand were protesting. And today, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will reply to all the questions raised by the opposition in the parliament, as he will be present in the parliament for a debate. And NDA government is also demanding that leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi should also speak on the Jharkhand student protest, where Congress government is leading the stage. Back to you.
Right, Saurabh. Thank you so much, and please do continue to track this story for us. Right now, viewers, we're slipping into another breaking news that we're getting. There is a VIP privilege that is backed at the Parapana Argada Central Prison. This is in Bengaluru. I'm speaking about the Parapana Argahara Central Prison in Bengaluru, where a mobile phone and a pen drive was seized from the barracks of convicted rapist and former MP Prajwal Revana. Now, this was a surprise raid that was organized by the Central Crime Branch, the CCB, and the CCB carried out a sudden inspection of the prison premises, and they uncovered prohibited electronic devices among the belongings of Revana's cell. So, complete VVIP treatment happening for the ex-MP, former MP Prajwal Revana. And I have my colleague Abhishek joining us from Bengaluru to give us more details on this matter. Abhishek, over to you.
Well, Prajwal Revana he was a MP from the JDS party. He has been in Parapanagra for the last couple of months in a rape case, which was very crucial during those couple of months, because it was an unbelievable instance that Prajwal Revana had initiated not with one but many of the women, and the court had also found him guilty, and that is why he was at Parapanagra. And after Alok Kumar Chocó as the deputy of the prison, it is another raid which was laid by the Central Crime Branch, or the CCB as we call it, only pertaining to the VVIP cells in Parapanagrahara. And during that raid, a mobile phone and a pen drive was found at Prajwal Revana's cell, and this is creating another question mark because who gave him the Redmi phone? Who gave him the pen drive? And if at all he had a pen drive, there also should be an access or a TV or the port of the USB to use that particular pen drive. Who initiated or who delivered all those things to him, and what were the superior officers or the supervising officers doing while they were taking care of the VVIP cells as a question? As of now, Alok Kumar, who has spoken to the media, has addressed the fact that the officer who is responsible for the security concern has already been suspended at this point of time, and further investigation will be initiated against the official as well. But we are here to wait and watch what unfolds in the next couple of hours. Over to you.
And I'm sure you will continue tracking that for us, Abhishek. Thank you for joining us from Bengaluru and giving us all these details. Right now, viewers, shifting our focus to another story where the FCRA Amendment Bill has now been sent to a Joint Parliamentary Committee. This is for wider consultations and days after the opposition protests and disruptions that took place in the Parliament. The opposition had demanded the withdrawal of the bill, with the Congress and other parties mounting protest over its provisions. The government has, however, chosen the JPC route, similar to the one followed in the Waqf Board. With the bill now heading for a wider deliberation, the key question is not whether the government will bring it back, but when it will. Take a look at this detailed report.
The FCRA bill has been the focus of the monsoon parliament session.
The FCRA is a law which every country has under different labels. No country allows you to move capital freely.
Just a day before it was to be tabled in the parliament, it has been sent to a JPC. As the dust settles, the antics of the opposition becomes clear. The plan was to stall the FCRA bill in the parliament.
Abhishek, you had at the beginning of this parliament session, you had the CJP protest. You had attempts made to stall parliament. I think it's become increasingly clear, even today when the BJP held a news conference, when the Home Minister, they wanted Home Minister to come in. Home Minister saying, okay, I'm coming in. He's ready for a debate. But they don't want the debate, right? It appears that the intention was to stall parliament all along. Delimitation is not there. FCRA is the only significant piece of legislation now coming in, which is so controversial. It is now clear that stalling FCRA was the single agenda perhaps in this session. Is that now becoming increasingly clear?
Well, moving of goalposts is something which the opposition has done this entire session, Niranjan. So it began with student protest, then it went to Dharmendra Pradhan, then it went to getting Amit Shah to speak in parliament. Now the government has said, okay, fine, we are ready. Are you ready to face? They are saying, no, we are not ready to face the Home Minister. So I think opposition is painting itself, or rather has painted itself in a corner.
What is it about the FCRA that spooks the opposition so much that they want the bill withdrawn?
विदेशी पैसा आए भारत को तबाह बर्बाद करने के लिए, इसके लिए पैसा आए, उसमें तो कुछ नहीं है। उसकी व्यवस्था है, कौन भेजेंगे कौन नहीं भेजेंगे, उसके नियम है, कानून है। डर किस बात? डर उसी को होगा जो उसका नाजायज।
Goalposts keep changing from demand of Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation to Home Minister to speak. But now the bill has been sent to a JPC for wider deliberations from all party. This shows that the bill will surely be reintroduced again. The question is no longer about whether it will be passed, but a matter of when. Let's debate.
Heading into a short commercial break, but coming up is outgoing Air India CEO Campbell Wilson summoned by the government to seek answers amid the ongoing probe in the Air India altitude drop mishap. After a short break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना। सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर। वाटर रेजिस्टेंट है, स्ट्रॉन्ग है, high density wood fiber structure, advanced German adhesive bonding, solid defense। ट्रायल में पास। सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस, सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
वहाँ पे 5:30 बजे शाम को आज जो है बहुत तेज फैसला लाया है। इस कारण जो है वहाँ पे एक बेलीबेस था जो कि बह गया, और वहाँ पे हमने इसको के लिए हम लोगों ने NDRF की जगह पे टीम भेज दी गई है। फिलहाल और टीम की टीम चली गई है मौके के लिए।
ये ब्रिज जाएगा, ब्रिज जाएगा, ब्रिज।
The tricolour took centre stage in Tanmarg as ATV riders hit the road in a spirited Tiranga rally. The ride, held under the banner Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, saw participants travel through Drang carrying the national flag through Kashmir's scenic terrain. The event added a dash of adventure to the Independence Day celebration. The flood situation is showing signs of easing in Assam's Golaghat, with Dhansari River water levels now receding. But the relief is far from complete. Normal life remains disrupted at Marangi Mozua, where floodwaters continue to affect residents in daily movements. Panic gripped Mumbai's Ville Parle after flames erupted on the 11th floor of a high-rise late Tuesday. Firefighters rushed to evacuate residents and contain the blaze. 6 people were reported injured. 2 of them have been declared dead on arrival, while 4 others are now said to be stable. Heading into a short commercial break. Coming up, Jharkhand students hold a silent march using mobile phones' flashlights. Protest continues as students press for action on their demands after a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
सारा असम का स्थिति बहुत खराब है। नाजिरा, शिवसागर, सरायदेव, मंगलदोय, जागीरोड, उसका बाद खुमताई में भी 4-5 दिन से वो धनसिरी जो रिवर है वो बढ़ गया है, और इसीलिए बहुत गांव में पानी घुस के आदमी को रिलीफ कैंप में रहना पड़ा है। जो सरकार ने रिलीफ कैंप बनाया है उसमें लोग बैठा है और बहुत बुरी हाल हो गया है।
Devastating flood which caused
Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Republic. This is live and breaking with me, Karun Seth. Starting with our first headlines for today, infrastructure is powering India's transformation, driving growth, connectivity and opportunity. Now, from world-class airports and expressways to high-speed rail, smart cities, renewable energy and multimodal logistics, India is building at an unprecedented scale. Now, with 111 lakh crore national infrastructure pipeline and about 11.21 lakh crore in union capital expenditure for financial year 25-26, the country is laying the foundation for a stronger, faster and more connected future. And as India moves towards the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, the conversation on infrastructure and reality takes center stage. Republic proudly presents the Viksit Bharat 2047 Infra and Reality Edition on Thursday, the 13th August, bringing together policymakers, industry leaders, investors and innovators to shape the future of India's built environment. Republic Viksit Bharat 2047 Infra and Reality Edition, shaping future infra and real estate.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Air India in massive trouble. AI 2379 pilot behavior reports emerge after 300 feet drop. Sources say pilot acted under influence of substances. Cabin crew complain against the pilot behavior. Outgoing Air India CEO Campbell Wilson summoned. Government seeks answers among the ongoing probe into the Air India altitude drop mishap. Jharkhand students hold a silent march using mobile phone flashlights. Protest continues as students press for action on their demands. FCRA Amendment Bill referred to a Joint Parliamentary Committee, all parties to deliberate on the proposed changes. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to address the Lok Sabha today to discuss on student protests. Good morning, viewers. This is Live and Breaking with me, Karun, and we begin with the first one. Now, the agitating Jharkhand students refused to call off their stir and took out a silent procession on the 18th day of the protest. Now, while speaking to Republic, the students have fully exposed how the protest is being hijacked and how they're being harassed. Now, they also spoke against the police brutalities.
आज से नहीं, डे वन से पुलिस हम लोगों को चुनौती का सामना करना पड़ता है, लेकिन 8 अगस्त से जिस तरह से पुलिस बार बार रात में आकर हम लोग को परेशान कर रही है, 12 जैसे ही बज रहा, 1 बज रहा, 2 बजे 3 बज रहा है। कल 10 तारीख का जो हम लोगों का प्रोग्राम हुआ है विधानसभा का, 10 कल 2:30 बजे रात में आके यहाँ पर बच्चियों को धमका रहा है, तुम्हारा फोटो खींच रहा है, उन लोगों का नाम पूछ रहा है, बोला तेरा काम हो गया, घर में जाकर पुलिस धमकी दे रही है।
आप लोग जब सभी मीडिया लोग जितने भी आए हुए थे, जब सब चले गए तो वहाँ पे देखा मैंने कि धीरे धीरे पहले 2 पुलिस आए, फिर 3, 4 ऐसे करते करते फिर हमारे जो क्षेत्र के सिटी एसपी सर हैं, उपायुक्त सब आए। उसके बाद यहाँ पे बात की है, जो अनशन में बैठे हुए हैं उनसे। उसके बाद फिर वहाँ से जाने,
शुरुआत में कोई महिला पुलिसकर्मी नहीं थी,
अभी शुरुआत से अंत तक कोई नहीं थी। उसके बाद बात करने के बाद जब वहाँ पे सारी बातचीत उन लोगों की हो गई, कैसे है क्या है, जो भी उनकी अपनी बात हुई होगी, फिर देखा हमने कि नोटिस किया कि धीरे धीरे स्ट्रीट लाइट के सभी लाइट्स ऑफ हो गए।
सरकार तो कोशिश कर रही है सर, लेकिन हम लोग नहीं हटेंगे। हम लोग छात्र हैं और इतना मेहनत किए, अपने हक के लिए लड़ाई हम लोग लड़ेंगे। सरकार चाहे कितना भी प्रयास करे, हम लोग यहाँ से नहीं हटने वाले हैं। हम लोग लड़ेंगे भी और जीतेंगे भी।
जैसे 12 बजे सोने का टाइम था हम लोग का, और सोने के लिए हम लोग यहाँ पे बिस्तर बिछा रहे थे और सोने की तैयारी कर रहे थे। अचानक से सिटी एसपी आते हैं, डीसी साहब आते हैं, एसपी आते हैं। फिर हम लोग खाना भी नहीं खाए थे, सोचे खाना खाएँगे। जब खाना खाने के लिए बाहर जाए, जब बाहर रोड के किनारे बैठे खाने लगे तो देख रहे महिला पुलिस गाड़ी के पीछे छिपी खड़ी है। हमने जब पूछा उनसे, आप कौन है? स्टूडेंट हैं। हम पूछे कौन सा स्टूडेंट है आप, कौन सा एग्जाम दिए हैं? तुरंत मुंह छिपा के आगे चले गई।
Now, the protesting students, while speaking to Republic, revealed the drastic conditions under which the students are holding the protest. They exposed how it's an extremely difficult phase, sleeping outdoors night after night, yet holding on to the hope that their voices will be heard.
भारत में रांची में आंदोलन की आपको एक एक तस्वीरें दिखाई हर दिन, लेकिन आखिर जहां रात 12 बजे के करीब, 2 बजे के करीब देश का कोई न्यूज़ चैनल आया नहीं है, बेशक कई सारे आए, कि आखिर रात के अंधेरे में सोते कैसे हैं, कैसे वो हर दिन बिना खाए पिए रह रहे हैं अनशन पर, कैसे उस तिरपाल के नीचे अपनी रातें वो गुजार रहे हैं, वो सब कुछ दिखाने के लिए देखिए देर रात हम पहुंच चुके हैं। देखिए आप छात्रों को सोते हुए, विकास फोकस करिए, देख रहे हैं आप दिन भर ये छात्र थके हुए थोड़ी सी अपनी थकान दूर कर रहे हैं, ये यहाँ पर सोए हुए हैं कि आखिर कुछ तो होगा आगे। मैं हो सकता है देखिए गहरी नींद में छात्र, मैं जगाऊंगा इन्हें, बातचीत करूंगा इन्हें, माफ़ी चाहूँगा आपको जगाते वक्त। हर दिन यहीं आप रातें गुजार रहे हैं, सो भी रहे हैं, कितना मुश्किल होगा ये सर?
बहुत दिक्कत है सर, बहुत परेशानी है सर।
थोड़ी सी नींद तोड़ लीजिए 30 सेकंड के लिए, ताकि लेटे रहिए आप, लेटे रहिए। मैं आपको परेशान करने नहीं आया हूँ, मैं बस जानने आया हूँ आपकी तकलीफ़ों को। ऐसा आखिर कब तक चलेगा? आप लोग हर दिन ऐसे रातें इस टेंट के नीचे आप लोग गुजार रहे हैं।
जब तक हमारी मांगें पूरी नहीं होगा तब तक हम लोग इसी तरह रहेंगे,
ऐसे ही रहेंगे। देखिए कर्तव्य हमारा ना इन तस्वीरों को दिखाना, कई सारे लोग आए। जग पाएंगे सौरा, थोड़ा सा माफी के साथ इधर फोकस करिए। कैसे देर रात आप लोग जग रहे हैं, कैसे आप लोग आंदोलन में अभी तक?
बस मजबूरियाँ है, कुछ थोड़ा मजबूरियाँ है जिसके चलते ये करना पड़ रहा है। किसको शौक लगा हुआ है, घर हमारा भी है, लेकिन आज सिपाही इतने खुले मैदान में सो रहे हैं, सांप बिच्छू है, फिर भी उसे बिना डरे भय सो रहे हैं।
अभी नींद आपको दिन भर थकान से गहरी आई नहीं, सोने वाले थे आप, हमने जगा दिया, उसके लिए माफ़ी चाहूँगा। लेकिन कब तक ये सब करेंगे आप?
जब तक हमारी मांगे पूरी नहीं होंगी तब तक करेंगे।
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay to pass special resolution on delimitation, followed by Leader of Opposition Udayanidhi to speak on delimitation. Now, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay is scheduled to move a resolution in the Tamil Nadu Assembly today, this opposing the proposed delimitation of the Lok Sabha constituencies. Now, Tamil Nadu is concerned because their claim is that the certain states have generally controlled population growth more successfully, and if more populous northern states, if the delimitation is actually brought out, the more populous northern states could gain some seats. The southern states fear their relative political representation could fall despite having smaller populations, partly because of successful population control policies. Tamil Nadu's position is essentially that they don't want to penalize states that succeeded in controlling population. Now, Tamil Nadu government is seeking to retain the existing allocation of the Lok Sabha seats and the current 543 seat strength. Interestingly, the Leader of Opposition Udayanidhi comes in here, which brings an interesting political angle to this. We would be listening in to what the Leader of Opposition Udayanidhi will speak in the Tamil Nadu Assembly today. It's interesting to see whether he supports the CM Vijay or whether they take a different stance. So far, we expect the Leader of Opposition to toe the line and also support the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister in passing this resolution. Now remember, this is just a resolution in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. It does not have any binding impact. It is just like an appeal to the central government and to Lok Sabha, where the southern states, specifically Tamil Nadu here, is against passing of the delimitation bill. Now we've got Sharda on line with us. Sharda, we hear the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay is to pass the resolution on delimitation today. We also hear Udayanidhi's plan to speak. What do we foresee the opposition, saying here, and what stance are they likely to take on this? Sharda, can you hear me? I believe we've lost Sharda there, but again, we're seeing visuals now, and shortly after today, as the Tamil Nadu Assembly begins, the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay is planning to pass the special resolution on delimitation. Tamil Nadu's argument obviously is that they followed the family planning and population control policies, and they fear losing political representation because their population grew slowly. All right, moving on now, bringing in some updates from the world of business. I'm joined by my colleague Rishita. Over to you, Rishita.
Well, thank you, Karan. Now, there's a big update coming in from the world of business. The government has finally given the green light for a major shift in India's currency system. So, 1 billion polymer banknotes in denominations of rupees 10 and rupees 20 have been approved for field trials. Now, this was revealed in Parliament on Tuesday when the Finance Minister herself informed the Rajya Sabha in a written reply. Now, according to her statement, the Reserve Bank of India, acting on the recommendations of its central board, had sent a formal proposal to the government under Section 25 of the RBI Act 1934. Now, the plan was to introduce 1 billion pieces each of rupees 10 and rupees 20 polymer notes for trial runs, and if successful, it would move on to regular issuance of these polymer denominations. Now, the government has now approved that proposal. Importantly, the RBI has also clarified that these polymer notes will not replace currency. They'll be issued alongside the existing paper substrate-based bank notes. However, the minister has also cautioned that it's still the early days. The procurement process is at an initial stage, and as a result, the RBI is not yet in a position to specify a very clear timeline for the rollout or the exact cost the exercise will entail. Now, this is from the business room. We'll be bringing in more updates shortly. Back to you, Karan.
All right, thanks Rishita for giving us that update. Clearly an important update from the business world there. Now, viewers, breaking news coming in from Manipur. Fresh tension has escalated with at least 6 houses burnt in Tokpa Laingma village, Kangpoi. In a fresh tension escalated in Kangpokpi district, at least 6 houses belonging to the Liangma Naga community have been burned down by unknown miscreants on Tuesday late night at around 10 p.m. Now, police officials confirmed the incident. According to police, the incident occurred around 10 p.m. at Tokpa Liangmai village, located between Mahika and Lower Thanamba village in Kangpokpi district. Now, villagers have expressed concern over the incident and have appealed to authorities to conduct an immediate inquiry and ensure safety in the area. Now, the village still is under a tense condition. Local villagers alleged that the incident was carried out by suspected armed Kuki groups. We've got Johnson live with us, joining from Manipur, from Imphal, in fact. Johnson, we hear that, there's been some tension there. Tell us more about the real-time updates there. What's happening?
Yes, this is one of the very fresh updates that happened in Kangpokpi district. Yesterday night, late night, around approximately 10 p.m. So, unknown armed miscreants, which is illegally reported to be Kuki armed groups from the villager side, they have burned down, they have torched 6 houses. Among these 6 houses, 3 houses were completely burned down, and 2 houses were partially burned down. This is confirmed. The incident has been confirmed from the senior district police officers of Kangpokpi district. As of now, no district magistrate or police official have given the exact source that who are those behind this incident, who are those men behind this burning down of houses. But this happened just fresh yesterday after this counter blockade along this National Highway 202 Imphal Ukhrul Road by the Kuki groups have been lifted yesterday, and around 460 stranded trucks were started moving towards Imphal. So on the other side, this counter blockade was lifted by the Kuki group, and in yesterday night, this is the very fresh update, and this is the best depressed incident. And right now, there is very huge tents in the said area. Which is known as the Tokpa Liangmai village, which is one of the Naga villages, Naga community village, and the houses. The 6 houses that were burned are reportedly belong to the Naga community. Back to you.
All right, thanks for giving us the updates on that. We'll stay tracking, we'll keep tracking this very closely as you stay with us. And another major action by State Investigation Agency in the 1990 Kashmiri Pandits killings case. SIA raids underway in Jammu and Kashmir in connection with killing of Kashmiri Pandit poet and his son in 1990 raids. Now, the raids linked to abduction and killings of poet Sarvanand Kaul Premi and his 27-year-old son in Anantnag. Both were abducted from their home on 29th of April 1990 and found dead on 1st of May the same year. The case was reopened after directions from MHA to reinvestigate all cases linked to killings of minorities in Kashmir during 1990s. Gursimran is joining us live with this with more details on this. Gursimran, we hear that the investigation has made some headway there. Tell us what's the latest on this.
See, right now we are reporting from the Shahbaz colony where the raids are presently underway with regards to the killings of Kashmiri Pandits that have taken place in 90s. And the visuals that we are showing you from the houses that are presently being raided by the teams of the State Investigating Agency. Important to mention that this case pertains to Sarvanand Kaul Premi, one of the renowned Kashmiri Pandit poets, and his son, 27-year-old son Virendra, who was brutally killed after being abducted on 29th of April 1990. And then 2 days after that, on 1st of May, their body was found, lifeless body was found in the South Kashmir's Anantnag itself, and there were visible marks of torture and the brutality that were done on them. Here you will see that the teams of the local police station, they are also here. This Central Armed Police Forces have also been deployed here because this case is a sensitive case. It pertains to the targeted killing of the Kashmiri Pandits. Reason being that with the motive that the exodus has to take place. There have been numerous killings that have taken place, but the major concern is that there were no headaways in the case. This case is the FIR number 45 that was registered in the Doru police station in Anantnag in 1990s. But the day the case was registered and the investigation was carried out, it did not saw light of the day. Reason being that there were no independent witnesses or zero witnesses to this case, and the case had to be closed. But on the directions of the Ministry of Home Affairs, we saw that all the cases are being reopened. The case of the Sarla Bhatt, the Kashmiri Pandit who was killed and recently being charge sheeted, in which Yasin Malik's name has also surfaced, that how he was the one who was the entire conspirator of the entire this killing of the Sarla Bhatt. This has surfaced, and now one more case of the Sarvanand Kaul Premi and his son's killing, abduction and killing, that has been reopened by the State Investigation Agency. And as we speak, a total of 9 locations are presently being raided by the teams of the State Investigation Agency, and we are told that several other cases that are linked to the killings of the minorities, that will also be reopened by the agency in the days to come. Reason being that the security apparatus, be it the Ministry of Home Affairs or the Jammu and Kashmir LG administration, they have taken a serious note of all those cases that were closed prematurely, or the closure report had to be filed due to the absence of all those witnesses, as no one came to give witness to this abduction and the killings that have taken place. Yes.
All right. Thanks, Gursimran. Please do keep tracking this for us, and we'll keep coming back with updates on this. Another breaking news that we're tracking since morning. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay is to pass a special resolution on delimitation, followed by a leader of opposition, Udayanidhi, to speak on delimitation today. We've got Sharda joining us live on this. Sharda, we hear that Udayanidhi is also to speak on this. Interestingly, on 8th of August, when Vijay had actually called the meeting for all MPs, the DMK and the AIDMK had actually boycotted the meeting. What do we expect the DMK and AIDMK's stance to be here? Do they plan, what do you see, do they plan to, support him on this, or do they have a different plan?
Well, the ideology for the delimitation is same among all the political parties in the state. While one section, which is the DMK and the IDMK, asked for fair delimitation to be considered, whereas the current ruling government, TVK plus the Congress, an allied party, and the coalition government is asking for no delimitation. The question now starts because Vijay had called for an all MPs meet, but out of the 57, only 20 MPs had attended the delimitation meet and stated that they want no delimitation, that no changes in the members of the 543 that is already in the parliament, and that they want to maintain it to be the same for the next few years. And apart from the defreezing of the delimitation, Vijay is also urging the centre to pass the Women's Reservation Bill without the census and the delimitation passed. Today, after Vijay's speech, to pass a special resolution on delimitation to freeze the numbers, we have the DMK, which is also going to be speak about delimitation. If you remember back when the Chief Minister was M.K. Salan, he had called for 5 to 6 states Chief Minister and the MPs of that particular state representatives to talk in the delimitation, asking for fair delimitation. If the numbers are based on the census or the population, well, the southern states will face a problem. Now, we have a possibility that instead of freezing, a 50% increase in the bill that is going to be proposed by the centre, as reports suggest. So now we have to wait and watch whether the DMK stance will continue to be with a fair delimitation with a 50% increase, saying that there might be betterment for the state if there is the unfreeze of the delimitation as per the parliament rule when it happens. In that case, we have to wait and watch whether the DMK stance might change here with fair delimitation as the numbers are to increase for the state.
All right. And what do you see post this? What do you see the government's next steps to be? Do we expect Vijay to actually lead an all-party delegation to New Delhi to appeal to the government here?
Well, there's a lot of political problems in this because when Vijay called for an all-political party meet of the MPs, the DMK and the ADMK boycotted it. So now it was only the Vijay's TVK along with its ally party, Congress, MDMK, VCK, representing TVK at the center will be taking this up forward. Because if you see, Vijay's government is a newly formed government, and the question comes now that whether the DMK is ready to support the TVK when it comes to the center. Meanwhile, there are also multiple political possibilities whether the DMK are now, because they are not with the Congress, they are not part of the India Alliance, might have a different opinion that benefits only the state, so it's neither anti-Congress, anti-BJP stands for them. Meanwhile, the TVK has no MPs representing them there, so the political move, depending on each party, depending on what their state prefers, is going to be the move. However, even if Vijay calls for an all-party political movement, there will be a lot of questions arise because the DMK has been asking for the same for the Kaveri water management issue, and that's the same reason they did not attend the delimitation meet called by Vijay.
And you also see, is there a possibility of the TVK government actually reaching out to other South Indian chief ministers as well in southern India to sort of form a regional coalition on this?
Well, Karan, as of now, no indication that the TVK is going to ask for other southern states, because the question now comes as to what the Congress stance is, because Congress in other states, especially in the southern states, have been silent on the delimitation, have not been spoken about whether they want no delimitation or fair delimitation. Meanwhile, the Congress in Tamil Nadu is alone maintaining this voice, saying that they need no delimitation, the number should be maintained the same. So it depends on whether the Congress in other states, because Karnataka and Kerala now have a Congress government, till date have not discussed about delimitation. Meanwhile, in the past, the southern states came together with the DMK leader M.K. Stalin taking it forward, and their stance at the time was fair delimitation. Now, DMK questions Congress on this, saying, why did the Congress at the time, when called by M.K. Stalin, sign the paper saying that they agree for fair delimitation, and now why their stance has changed to no delimitation? So, a group of all southern states to come together to discuss about delimitation under the TVK government is very less, as even the TVK Chief Minister Vijay has not approached any other states, even though being a Congress ruling states.
All right. Thanks, Sharda, for giving us more details. And it will be interesting to watch what Udayanithi has to say today. And in fact, what the state BJP unit's position is on this. We'll keep tracking that. In the meantime, breaking news coming in from Mumbai. Now, a portion of a hill collapsed in the Goshia Chol area of Ghatkopar. The landslide reportedly occurred after 2 a.m. And it's reported that 5 to 6 people are trapped at the site. Now, firefighters, the Mumbai police and the NDRF have arrived at the scene. The incident took place between 3 and 4 a.m. Mayor Ritu Tavre has reached the spot. Now, we see a situation where obviously a portion of a hill has collapsed. This is in the Goshia Chol area of Ghatkopar. The landslide has reportedly occurred after 2 a.m. So it's happened late night yesterday. In terms of casualties, it's reported that about 5 to 6 people are trapped. And we currently have at the site firefighters. The NDRF has reached the site, as well as the Mumbai police all carrying out a coordinated rescue operation. Now, Mayor Ritu Tavre, who's the mayor for the Ghatkopar area, specifically Goshia Chol area where this has happened, has also reached the spot. As you see on your screens, the visuals of the collapse of the hill. Now, this has happened late last night, and about 5 to 6 people are reportedly trapped, and we see there all of the different teams working together, trying to rescue those trapped here. We also see Mumbai Mayor. All right, time to pause for a short break. Coming up on the other side, the important story that we've been following all along since yesterday. Air India is in a massive trouble as AI 2379 pilot behavior reports emerge after the 300 feet drop. Sources say the pilot acted under influence of substances, and the cabin crew also complained against the pilot behavior.
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस ट्रायल लूंगा श्योर वाटर रेजिस्टेंट है, स्ट्रॉन्ग है। हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस। ट्रायल में पास। सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
वहाँ पे 5:30 बजे शाम को आज जो है बहुत तेज फैसला आया है। इस कारण जो है वहाँ पे एक बेलेबेज था जो कि बह गया और वहाँ पे हमने इसको के लिए हम लोगों ने एनडीआरएफ की जगह पे टीम भेज दी गई है। फिलहाल और टीम चली गई है मौके के लिए।
ये ब्रिज जाएगा, ब्रिज जाएगा, ब्रिज।
ठीक। All right, coming up in his fifth video message to the youth, Prime Minister Modi addresses the Jantar Mantar protests. PM's. All right, FCRA Amendment Bill has been sent to Joint Parliamentary Committee.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट,
सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
सारा असम का स्थिति बहुत खराब है। नाजिरा, शिवसागर, सरायदेव, मंगलदोय, जागीरोड, उसका बाद खुमताई में भी 4-5 दिन से वो धनसिरी जो रिवर है वो बढ़ गया है और इसीलिए बहुत गांव में पानी घुस के आदमी को रिलीफ कैंप में रहना पड़ा है। जो सरकार ने रिलीफ कैंप बनाया है उसमें लोग बैठा है और बहुत बुरी हाल हो गया है।
Devastating flood, which caused, affected 1,60,000.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. This Independence Day, Republic TV brings to you the Nationalist Collective Conclave, an Independence Day special, a powerful tribute to the extraordinary men and women who served India with courage, pride and unwavering devotion. From the stories of our brave hearts and their ultimate sacrifice to the families who continue to carry their legacy with strength and pride, the Conclave brings you powerful conversations on courage, service and much more. A day to remember those who put the nation before self. Nationalist Collective Conclave. Their sacrifice, our freedom. Only on Republic TV. It's time for the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
उन्होंने नहीं की होगी। वो भारत जैसे विशाल देश के राष्ट्रपति बने। साथियों, इतने बड़े पद पर पहुंचने के बाद भी कोविंद जी का विनम्र व्यक्तित्व, उनकी सादगी ऐसे ही कायम रही। मुझे याद है, प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पर मैं राष्ट्रपति भवन में उनसे मिलने जाता था। प्रोटोकॉल के हिसाब से जो बातें नहीं हो सकती हैं, वो बातें वो करते थे। वो प्रधानमंत्री को छोड़ने के लिए गाड़ी के दरवाजे तक आते थे। मैं शुरू में उनको प्रार्थना करता रहता था, प्लीज आप ऐसा मत कीजिए, लेकिन उन्होंने जीवन के आखिर तक अपनी उस विनम्रता को भी छोड़ा नहीं। राष्ट्रपति बनने के बाद जब अपने गांव परौंठ गए तो उन्होंने वहां अपने गुरुओं के पैर छूकर उन्हें प्रणाम किया। गांव की मिट्टी को नमन करके उन्होंने गांव के सामान्य लोगों का धन्यवाद किया। पूरे देश ने वो भावुक दृश्य देखा था। उनके इस आचरण ने दुनिया के सामने भारत के संस्कारों की ऐसी तस्वीर सामने रखी जिस पर हर भारतवासी गर्व करता है। साथियों, गुलामी के सैकड़ों साल में हमारे देश ने आर्थिक और सामाजिक रूप से बहुत कुछ खोया था। हमारे पूर्वजों ने सदियों तक संघर्ष किया। महात्मा गांधी, बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर, ज्योतिबा फूले, सावित्रीबाई फूले, ऐसी कितनी ही महान विभूतियों ने भारत के नवनिर्माण का सपना देखा था। एक ऐसा भारत जहां गरीब से गरीब, वंचित से वंचित को शिखर तक पहुंचने का अवसर मिल सके। कोविंद जी जैसे व्यक्तित्वों ने अपने श्रम और काबिलियत से केवल खुद का जीवन ही बदला इतना नहीं है, उन्होंने सदियों के उन स्वप्नों को, उस विजन को भी साकार करने में अपनी अहम भूमिका निभाई है। और इस दिशा में हम सबके प्रयास अभी भी जारी है। हमें भविष्य में कोविंद जी जैसे अनेकों युवा चाहिए जो परेशानियों से परास्त न हो, जो मुश्किलों से मायूस न हो, बल्कि अपनी मेहनत से हर मंजिल को आसान बनाने का हौसला रखे। इसी बदलाव से सशक्त भारत के निर्माण का संकल्प पूरा होगा। यहीं से आत्मनिर्भर और विकसित भारत का रास्ता बनेगा। साथियों, ऐसे युवा शक्ति के निर्माण के लिए जो प्रेरणा चाहिए, कोविंद जी की ऑटोबायोग्राफी उसका अहम स्रोत बन सकती है। साथियों, कोविंद जी ने अपने जीवन में मोरारजी भाई देसाई के साथ अनुभवों के बारे में भी इसमें विस्तार से बताया है। कोविंद जी के भीतर देश सेवा की जो भावना थी, मोरारजी भाई के साथ काम करके उन्होंने जो सीखने को मिला, जो रास्ता मिला, कोविंद जी ने राजनीति और समाज सेवा को अपना मार्ग बनाया। वो अपने कर्तव्यों के लिए समर्पित रहे। सेवा को उन्होंने अपना लक्ष्य बनाकर काम किया। संसद में उनका कार्यकाल गवाह है। राज्यपाल के रूप में भी उन्होंने एक उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया। राष्ट्रपति के रूप में भी हमें उनकी यही कर्तव्य निष्ठा दिखाई देती रही। यहां तक कि राष्ट्रपति जैसे सर्वोच्च पद से सेवा मुक्त होने के बाद भी उन्होंने विश्राम नहीं लिया है। वो अभी भी एक देश एक चुनाव, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन जैसे महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर काम कर रहे हैं, देश को जगा रहे हैं। ये एक ऐसा विषय है जिसका समाधान देश के लोकतंत्र का नया अध्याय शुरू कर सकता है। मैं मानता हूं कोविंद जी की इस कर्तव्य निष्ठा और सेवा भाव से देश के लोग बहुत कुछ सीख सकते हैं। साथियों, सामाजिक जीवन में सक्रिय रहते हुए ऑटोबायोग्राफी के लिए समय निकाल पाना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। कोविंद जी ने ये काम हम सबके लिए किया है, क्योंकि उनके जीवन में ऐसा कितना कुछ है जिसमें गरीब वंचित तबके से आए तमाम लोग अपने जीवन की परछाई देख सकते हैं। कैसे एक साधारण परिवार मुश्किल हालातों में भी जीवन की शुचिता और ईमानदारी से समझौता नहीं करता। कैसे वही आदर्श आगे चलकर हमारे जीवन का आधार बनते हैं। हमारे कठिन समय के मूल्य किस तरह जीवन भर में हमें रोशनी देते रहते हैं। कैसे इस पवित्रता से हमें राष्ट्र सेवा की शक्ति मिलती है। अलग अलग पदों का दायित्व निभाते हुए कोविंद जी ने समाज को निरंतर इसकी प्रेरणा दी है। साथियों, मुझे विश्वास है कोविंद जी की ऑटोबायोग्राफी इसमें उनके जीवन की ही नहीं बल्कि हमारे लोकतंत्र की भी अहम स्मृतियां सुरक्षित होंगी। मैं एक बार फिर उन्हें उनकी आत्मकथा के लिए शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और मैं खास करके युवा पीढ़ी से आग्रह करूंगा, रील का जमाना है, सोशल मीडिया में इन्फ्लुएंसर आपको खींच के कहीं कहीं ले जाते हैं। इस शॉर्टकट के युग में भी एक बात हम जरूर याद रखें, रेलवे स्टेशन पे लिखा हुआ होता है। कुछ लोगों को पटरी पर कूद करके जाने की आदत होती, ब्रिज पर नहीं जाते, तो वहां लिखा होता है शॉर्टकट विल कट यू शॉर्ट। और अगर शॉर्टकट के रास्ते से भी कहीं बाहर निकलना है तो मैं नौजवानों को कहूंगा, आपको जिसका भी पसंद हो ऑटोबायोग्राफी जरूर पढ़ें। ऑटोबायोग्राफी उस कालखंड की इतिहास की घटनाओं को अलग तरीके से समझने का अवसर देती है। इतिहास से काफी निकट होता है वो कालखंड बायोग्राफी का, और इसलिए मैं जरूर चाहूंगा कि कोविंद जी की जो मेहनत है वो आने वाली पीढ़ियों को काम आए, युवा पीढ़ी को विशेष रूप से काम आए। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके प्रेरक विचारों के लिए हार्दिक आभार। इस पावन एवं गरिमामय अवसर पर मैं माननीय लोकसभा अध्यक्ष श्री ओम बिरला जी, परम आदरणीय पूर्व राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी तथा माननीय पूर्व प्रथम महिला श्रीमती सविता कोविंद जी के प्रति भी हार्दिक कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करती हूँ। ये आत्मकथा और इस
All right, viewers, just right now we saw that Prime Minister Modi has released the autobiography of the former President Ram Nath Kovind, titled Triumph of the Indian Republic, My Life, My Struggles. And the Prime Minister Modi was addressing a gathering on that occasion. Prime Minister Modi has released the autobiography, and he has said very, very clearly about the deeply personal account of former President Ram Nath Kovind's life journey, tracing his experiences, struggles and achievements from his early years to his distinguished public life and eventual service as the 14th President of India. And Prime Minister Modi says the book provides insights into the values, experiences and the circumstances that shaped his journey and public service. The release of the autobiography by the Prime Minister is marking a significant occasion, celebrating the life and contributions of one of India's most distinguished public figures. All right, viewers, let's move ahead right now. Let's move ahead, and next we'll get you the latest coming in from the world of business. Let's go straight across to my colleague Rishita, who's joining us from the Republic Business team. Rishita, what is hot in business right now?
Thank you, Shivangi. Now, there's a big update. There's a big change that's coming in the world of business. Tata Sons chairman N. Chandrasekharan is considering stepping down from his position. Now, this move comes amid growing friction with the group's largest shareholder, Tata Trust. Now, Tata Trust holds a controlling 66% stake in the Tata Sons. Now, both sides have reportedly clashed over business, strategy, board representation, and major shareholder decisions. Now, according to reports and according to a particular Reuters report, they have suggested that Chandrasekharan discussed stepping down ahead of the upcoming August 18th annual general meeting. Now, shareholders are scheduled to vote on his reappointment during this crucial meeting and also come up with a particular decision. Now, tensions around his reappointment surfaced earlier this year after opposition from Tata Trust chairman Noel Tata. Chandrasekharan has served Tata Sons chairman since 2017. Now, this means decades of leadership at TCS. While no final decision has been made, this potential leadership shift marks a massive movement for the $400 billion conglomerate. Now, this is a very interesting update. Additionally, we also need to talk about how this has impacted the stock markets in general. This big major shift has sort of made the entire TCS Tata Sons stock market extremely volatile. To give you the exact numbers, most of the group's stock traded with with cuts of up to 1% in early trade on the NSE. Tejas Network was the worst performer, while TCS was 0.5% lower as well. Now Titan, Tata Chemicals, Tata Power, Tata XC and Indian Hotels have also traded in the red as of 9:25 p.m. Now viewers, there are two very important updates that we have to look forward. We have the Tata Trust meeting tomorrow and the AGM meeting on the 18th. That will further help us to get a proper idea of where this leadership transfer is headed towards. Back to you, Shivangi.
Thank you for getting us all those details, and Rishita, my colleague Rishita, getting us the latest updates coming in from the world of business, economy and finance. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in for our viewers. Passengers are facing a breathing issue in a Pune-bound SpiceJet flight from Delhi. This is a big update coming in, viewers, and we'll tell you more about it. Before the takeoff, while coming on the runway, suddenly the temperatures in the flight rose and passengers found it difficult to breathe. And when the passengers complained about the same, allegedly the cabin crew and the pilot misbehaved, I repeat, misbehaved with the passengers and asked them to be seated. After the chaos, it came to light that there was a genuine technical issue in the flight, and the passengers demand a strict action. I repeat, they demand strict action against SpiceJet. So viewers, one more update coming in of passengers going through a lot of inconvenience. This time it's a SpiceJet flight. Let's put out those pictures which are coming in for you. This is a picture. These are passengers who were on a SpiceJet flight from Delhi to Pune, and they have faced severe discomfort and breathing difficulties when the cabin became extremely hot and lacked proper cooling prior to take off. So those are the pictures. You can see that the cabin definitely, there seems to be a lot of problem there, and a lot of these passengers are having problems breathing, and we will of course try to get our viewers more updates. But what is more shocking, viewers, is that when these passengers tried to complain about the same problem, tried to complain that we are having problems breathing, they told the cabin crew about it, they told the pilot about it, but instead of the cabin crew and pilot taking action or helping the passengers relax when such a situation is evolving, the cabin crew and pilot, the passengers allege, had misbehaved with them. After the chaos, it came to light there was a genuine technical issue in the flight. The passengers have demanded a very strict action against SpiceJet for what they had to go through. Now you can clearly see, viewers, that one of the passengers is on a wheelchair and she had a lot of problems breathing inside, because the plane is a very it's a compressed space for a lot of passengers, so such an issue is very difficult for them to face.
Passengers to remain seated, please. कहाँ बैठेंगे? छोड़ बैठो आप आ जाओ। आप बैठिए। अजिबात एसी चालू नाही तरी पे पावर लगे। आपने देखा ही नहीं है यार, बिना उसके देख के आपने चेकिंग करा। Passengers to remain seated, please. कहाँ बैठेंगे? छोड़ बंद करो। बंद करो, हमारे जान से खेलना बंद करो, उनके जान से खेलना बंद करो, अरे गेट खोल यार, अबे सब लेडीज भाग रहे, आदमी अरे गेट खोल यार, अबे सब लेडीज भाग रहे, आदमी अरे गेट खोल यार। Passengers to remain seated, please. कहाँ बैठेंगे? छोड़ अरे आप इधर आओ, बैठो आप आ जाओ। आप बैठिए। अजिबात एसी चालू नाही तरी पे पावर लगे। आपने देखा ही नहीं है यार, बिना उसके देख के आपने चेकिंग करा। Passengers to remain seated, please. अरे गेट खोल यार।
अबे सब लेडीज भाग रहे, आदमी
If you're watching a short break, do not go anywhere. Outgoing Air India CEO Campbell Wilson has been summoned. The government seeks answers amid the ongoing probe into the Air India altitude drop mishap. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
वहाँ पे 5:30 बजे शाम को आज जो है बहुत तेज फैफ लड़ाया है। इस कारण जो है वहाँ पे एक बेली बेस था जो कि बह गया और वहाँ पे हमने इसको के लिए हम लोगों ने एनडीआरएफ की जगह पे टीम भेज दी गई है। फिलहाल और टीम चली गई है मौके के लिए।
ये ब्रिज जाएगा, ब्रिज जाएगा। ब्रिज
जिले के जोशीमठ तहसील में तमक नाला है पड़ता है। वहाँ पे 5:30 बजे शाम को आज जो है बहुत तेज फैफ लड़ाया है। इस कारण जो है वहाँ पे एक बेली बेस था जो कि बह गया और बीआरओ के अधिकारी और कर्मचारी वहाँ पे थे, आसपास ही थे। तो उसमें बीआरओ की गाड़ी है, कैंपर था, वो ड्राइवर भी था, लापता हो गए हैं, उनकी खोजबीन की जा रही है। और वहाँ पे हमने इसको के लिए हम लोगों ने एनडीआरएफ की जगह पे टीम भेज दी गई है। फिलहाल और टीम चली गई है मौके के लिए। उस साइड जो है पुल के उस साइड जो है कोई 16 गांव पड़ते हैं मेरे, वहाँ पे जो है उनकी सुविधा के लिए स्टोर कराने के लिए जल्दी प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि कल तक हम लोग जो यहाँ पे दोबारा स्टोर करके व्यवस्था कराया जाए। मैं इस विषय में निरंतर संपर्क में हूँ बीआरओ से और उनसे जो भी आवश्यक सहायता पड़ेगी, डिमांड रहेगी, उनको उपलब्ध कराने के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और ये भी मालूम कर रहे हैं कि आईटीबी पे संपर्क करके वो साइड क्या हो सकता है, कितने टूरिस्ट मेरे हैं, कोई भी जो वहाँ होगा उस टाइप का उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी।
Amid continuous rain in Uttarakhand.
Let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we are tracking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started. The tricolor took center stage in many areas of Jammu and Kashmir as ATV riders hit the road in a spirited Tiranga rally. The ride, held under the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, saw participants travel towards Drung carrying the national flag through Kashmir's scenic terrain. The event added a dash of adventure to the Independence Day celebrations. The flood situation is showing signs of easing in Assam's Golaghat, with the river water levels now receding, but the relief is far from complete. Normal life remains disrupted across Marangi, Mausa, where the floodwaters continue to affect residents and daily movement. Panic gripped Mumbai's areas after flames erupted on the 11th floor of a high-rise late on Tuesday night. Firefighters rushed in to evacuate residents and contain the blaze. 6 people were reported injured, 2 of whom were declared dead on arrival, while 4 others were said to be stable. And viewers, taking a short break, do not go anywhere. FCRA Amendment Bill referred to a Joint Parliamentary Committee. All parties to deliberate on the proposed changes. Stay tuned.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
सारा असम का स्थिति बहुत खराब है। नाजिरा, शिवसागर, सरायडो, मंगलदो, जागीरोड, उसका बाद खुमताई में भी 4-5 दिन से वो धनसिरी जो रिवर है वो बढ़ गया है और इसीलिए बहुत गांव में पानी घुस के आदमी को रिलीफ कैंप में रहना पड़ा है। तो सरकार ने रिलीफ कैंप बनाया है, उसमें लोग बैठा है और बहुत बुरी हाल हो गया है।
Devastating flood, which caused, affected 166,000 people of our Jorhat district in 304 villages. Casualty number is 9. Number of relief camps were 39, and the total number of inmates in the camp is 9,659. So more than 17,000 animals washed away, and the total affected numbers of animal 1,18,000. So the flood situation of Jorhat district of Upper Assam is now under control. The water level is receding with the constant support of central government. State government is extending all support for rehabilitation, for relief, medical assistance, and right from public health to medical aid. In each and our state government, with the support of state government, are giving full support and cooperation to the flood affected people.
हमारी विलेज तक, क्योंकि
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus stories today is that the Air India is in major trouble because we're getting to know that there are reports of the pilots which have emerged, and also there were various complaints made by the cabin crew as per sources against the pilot's behavior. He was sitting in the cockpit and he was not able to control himself. That's the big revelation. But also we'll track all the developments when it comes to the FCRA showdown and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Air India in massive trouble. AI 2379 pilot behavior reports emerge after 300 feet drop. Sources say pilot acted under influence of psychoactive substances. Cabin crew complained against pilot behavior as per sources. Outgoing Air India CEO Campbell Wilson summoned. Government seeks answers amid the ongoing probe into the Air India altitude drop case. Jharkhand students hold a silent march using mobile phone flashlights. Protest continues as students press for action on their demands. FCRA Amendment Bill referred to a Joint Parliamentary Committee. All parties to deliberate on the proposed changes. And Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to address Lok Sabha today to discuss students' protests. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development. This is from SpiceJet, about SpiceJet, where passengers face breathing issues in a Pune-bound SpiceJet flight from Delhi. They were gasping for breath, they were gasping for air. Now, before the takeoff, while coming on the runway, suddenly the temperature in the flight rose and passengers found it difficult to breathe. Now, when the passengers complained about the same, that is the breathlessness, now allegedly the cabin crew and the pilot misbehaved with the passengers and asked them to be seated. Now, after the chaos, it came to light that there was indeed a genuine technical issue in the flight. Now, the passengers demand a strict action against SpiceJet in this regard. Now, these are the visuals on your screen of what happened and how the passengers are protesting. They are angry, they are furious. And as you can see, let's listen in.
Passengers to remain seated, please. We are going back to
All right, viewers, so these were the visuals and the kind of problem that the passengers had to go through. We have a passenger of the same airplane, of the same aircraft who is joining us. हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं लेशपाल, जो कि SpiceJet में पैसेंजर थे उसी प्लेन में. लेशपाल जी, आप जरा विस्तार से हमें समझाइए क्या कुछ वहां पर घटित हुआ, क्या परेशानी आपको वहां पर सामना उसका करना पड़ा आपको, कि समझ में ये आ रहा है कि वहां सांस नहीं आ पा रही थी, कितनी दिक्कत हुई और क्या स्थिति थी?
यस सर, स्पाइसजेट की ये SG 105 नंबर की फ्लाइट थी. 9:55 का बोर्डिंग था, लेकिन पहले डिले हो गई. वो 10:30 को अराउंड हमें बोर्डिंग किया और बाद में अंदर जाने के बाद दरवाजा बंद किया और बहुत सफोकेट होने लगा. पहले तो हम एक आधा घंटा चुप बैठे, कुछ बोले नहीं, लेकिन इतनी परेशानी हो रही थी श्वास लेने में भी. तो बूढ़े आदमी थे, बुजुर्ग आदमी थे, कोई छोटे बच्चे थे, वो रोने लगे, छोटे बच्चे रोने लगे, और कोई प्रेग्नेंट महिलाएं थी, उनको वो सहन नहीं हुआ, वो बेशुद्ध होने को आ रही थी. तो हमने यंगस्टर्स ने कुछ आवाज उठाया, तो उन्होंने अरोगेंटली हमें चुप के लिए बोला, आप ऐसा मिसबिहेव नहीं कर सकते वगैरह, ऐसे हमें प्रेशर करने लगे. लेकिन बाद में हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की कि कुछ तो करो, क्योंकि फ्लाइट अभी रनवे पे आया है और एसी शुरू नहीं हो रहा, ऑक्सीजन नहीं मिल रहा, सबको दिक्कत हो रही है बहुत. सबके शर्ट पूरे गीले हो गए थे, बहुत परेशानी हो रही थी. वो महिलाएं जो प्रेग्नेंट थी वो तो निपची पड़ गई, उनकी आवाज भी बाहर नहीं आ रही थी, बहुत परेशानी हो गई. हमने रिक्वेस्ट किया, हाथ जोड़ी कि भाई साहब कुछ तो करो, लेकिन वो ये आदमी लोग, महिलाएं लोग मर जाएंगी. बाद में उनके समझ में आया, उन्होंने एसी के ब्लोअर्स शुरू किए, उसमें से गर्म हवाएं आने लगी थी, ब्लोअर्स में से गर्म हवाएं आने लगी, फिर से वहां में ऐसा गैस चैम्बर जैसा बना था अंदर, बहुत परेशान हो रहे थे सब लोग। फिर बाद में हमने ही थोड़ा समय सूचकता दिखाई और सबको वो लोग की बोला कि वो ब्लोअर्स बंद करो, वो गर्म हवा जो आ रही है वो तो बंद हो जाएगी। बाद में उनको मालूम हुआ कि कुछ तो टेक्निकल इश्यू है, उन्होंने फ्लाइट रनवे से साइड में ले लिया और टेक्नीशियन लोगों को बुलाया और बोला कि पूछा उनको क्या हुआ है। तो टेक्निकल की टीम आई, उन्होंने चेक किया, उन्होंने ही बोला कि यहाँ में टेक्निकल इश्यू है, फ्लाइट फ्लाई नहीं हो सकती है, आपको फ्लाइट चेंज करना पड़ेगा। तो हमें सबको गुस्सा है कि हमारी जान खतरे में थी सब लोगों की सर, और उनको हम यही रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे थे कि हमें ये कैप्टन अलग दे दो, पायलट अलग दे दो और अलग से फ्लाइट के अरेंजमेंट करो। हमें रात भी हुई थी, 12-1-2 बजे की ये घटनाएं मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ, सब परेशान थे। हम एयरपोर्ट में बेस में नीचे बैठे थे सर, ग्राउंड पे बैठे थे सब लोग, और वो हमारी कुछ भी सुन नहीं रहे थे। उनका मैनेजर आया था, वो भी एरोगेंटली हमारे सबसे बात कर रहा था, आपको इसी फ्लाइट से जाना पड़ेगा, हम इसी को ठीक करके आपको 20 मिनट में रेडी करके देंगे, ऐसे बातें कर रहे थे। बाद में उनके ही टीम ने उनको समझाया कि ये फ्लाइट फ्लाई नहीं हो सकती है, इसको 2 दिन तो ठीक करने के लिए लगेंगे, आपको फ्लाइट चेंज करनी पड़ेगी। बाद में इन्होंने हमें बोला कि ठीक है, अभी हम आपको फ्लाइट चेंज करके दे रहे हैं। सर 9:55 की फ्लाइट दी हमें, सुबह 5 बजे उन्होंने फ्लाइट चेंज करके दी। मैं बोल रहा हूं कि टाइम का जाने दो, हमारी जाने बच गई, इसी में हम खुश है सर।
नहीं बिल्कुल लेशपाल, जिस तरीके से आपने बताया, आपने बात बड़ी साफ तरीके से रखी है कि आप बता रहे हैं कि इशू है और वो आपसे बदतमीजी से बात भी कर रहे हैं, और दूसरा ये भी बोल रहे हैं कि आपको इसी फ्लाइट में 20 मिनट में ठीक करके भेजेंगे, जैसे कोई मोटरसाइकिल हो या फिर कोई गाड़ी हो या कोई कार हो, इस तरीके से बात कर रहे हैं। अगर बीच हवा में ये परेशानी आ जाती तो ना पैसेंजर्स इधर के रहते ना उधर के रहते, और कितना बड़ा ये खतरा हो सकता था। ये आप बताइए कि आप ये तो जान पर बना सकती थी अगर ये मामला ऊपर खराब होता, यानी कि मिड एयर में अगर कुछ होता।
एग्जैक्टली, क्योंकि मैं उनको बोल रहा था कि ऑक्सीजन की कोई आपकी प्रोविजन हो गई तो ऑक्सीजन छोड़ो, नहीं तो एसी शुरू करो, कुछ तो करो। अंदर सफोकेट हो रहा है, 150 के अबव लोग हैं फ्लाइट में, और बच्चे जोर जोर से रो रहे हैं। जो महिलाएं थी वो अभी निपचिप पड़ी है, उनको आवाज भी नहीं उनकी बाहर आ रही। हम जब उनको रिक्वेस्ट किए तो उन्होंने वो ब्लोअर शुरू किए, उसमें से गर्म हवाएं आने लगी। ये क्या था, मीन्स उन्होंने चेकअप क्या किया था फ्लाइट का? हम तो रूरल एरिया में रहते हैं सर भारत के, कब काम के निमित्त वो दिल्ली गए थे, नहीं तो हम दिल्ली का जाने का कोई काम भी नहीं रहता है। हमें इनका टेक्निकल इशू कुछ मालूम नहीं रहता, ज्यादा टेक्निकल चीजें मालूम भी नहीं है, लेकिन उनको हम रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे थे कि सबको परेशान हो रही है, कुछ तो हमें सोल्यूशन दे दो। तो वो हमें ही चिल्ला रहे थे, हमें ही गुस्सा कर रहे थे कि आप ऐसे बात नहीं कर सकते हो, आप चुप बैठो, आवाज मत करो, हम करेंगे, कुछ तो करेंगे। लेकिन उनको ही मालूम पड़ा थोड़ी देर में कि कुछ तो इशू हुआ है, हमें कुछ तो सोल्यूशन ढूंढना पड़ेगा। तो उन्होंने साइड में लेके उनके टीम को बुलाया, और हम जो बात बोल रहे थे उनको कि हमें इस फ्लाइट, वही बात उनके टेक्निकल टीम ने जब उनको बोली, तब उनको मालूम पड़ा कि ये सीरियस इशू था, ये सबके जान के साथ खेल रहे थे सर कल।
बिल्कुल, मतलब ये आपको गर्मी में बैठा के रखा। और
दूसरा एक इशू बोल रहा हूं मैं सर।
बोलिए।
वहां पे आवाज करने लगे, फ्लाइट के नीचे उतरा हमें, वो ग्राउंड पे जब हम प्रोटेस्ट करने लगे, घोषणाएं देने लगे, तो उन्होंने सीआईएसएफ के 100-150 जवान बुलाए सर, गनमैन विद गन्स, हमें चुप करने के लिए। ये चल क्या रहा है?
ठीक है, आपकी बात को हम समझ रहे हैं लेशपाल, आपकी बात को हमने उठाया भी है, और आप पहले पैसेंजर हैं जो जुड़े हैं और इस बात को सामने रख रहे हैं मीडिया के समक्ष। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, और हम इस मुद्दे को आगे उठाएंगे और इस जवाब जो है वो बनता है उनकी तरफ से, उनको देना पड़ेगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। All right, so this was the passenger of the same flight where there was a technical issue and the complaints were ignored. Now, let's move on to another top story that we are tracking right now, ladies and gentlemen. And we are getting a big development here, that Justice Verma inquiry report to be tabled in Lok Sabha today. And the report of an inquiry committee which investigated allegations against Justice Yashwant Verma, against whom removal proceedings were initiated over the alleged discovery of unaccounted for cash from his official residence, will be placed before the Lok Sabha today. Now, according to the list of business of the Lok Sabha, it has been listed for Wednesday, that is today. The Secretary General will lay the 2 volumes of the report along with the oral evidence in the House. The probe panel had submitted its findings to the Lok Sabha Speaker in May. So this was the unaccounted cash which was discovered at the residence of Justice Yashwant Verma. All right, let's go across to our correspondent Saurav, who has been tracking all the developments in this case. Saurav, today is the day when the report, that is the inquiry report, will be tabled in the Lok Sabha. If you can share all the latest updates and the kind of developments that have been found in the inquiry.
Yes, Shivam, there are major developments which are found in the inquiry by the 3-member judicial committee formed by the Supreme Court to investigate this whole matter. And I want to tell our viewers, in this report there are sources indicated as that nearly 40 to 50 crores of unaccounted half-burned cash was recovered from the house of Justice Yashwant Verma on the day when there was a fire broke out at his house back in March 2025. And during this, after this cash was found, there was a immediate inquiry ordered by the Supreme Court in this regard, where a 3-member judicial committee was formed by the Apex Court to investigate this whole matter. And after that, the committee's report came. The report was totally adverse to Justice Verma, and after that, the proceedings, impeachment proceedings, was initiated against him. But in April 2026, on 7th of April, Justice Verma resigned from Allahabad High Court, and this was resulting in the end of impeachment proceedings against him. And today, the Secretary will lay both the reports in front of the Parliamentary Committee along with the oral evidences, and this will again came into the account of the Parliament, and this findings will be recorded in the Parliament. And after that, this also sparks a major debate, Shivam, that why, if a judge resigns after doing such a level of corruption in the justice system of India, only impeachment can get him off the hook. But now it sparks a bigger debate that after his resignation, that there will be any criminal proceedings against him, will there be a FIR against him? But I want to tell our viewers that 2 months back, Supreme Court has also dismissed a plea seeking the registration of FIR against him, or a SIT will be formed against him, but the Supreme Court dismissed this plea. And now today, the major developments are that the 2 reports will be tabled in the Parliament, and along with the oral evidences by the Secretary on the floor of the Parliament, Shivam.
All right, yeah, sort of stay with us. We'll have another breaking news and we'll need your comment on that too. Let's go across to that breaking news development that we're getting. Now, breaking news coming in. The government is set to push for a discussion on the students' protest in the Lok Sabha today, with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah expected to make a statement and give replies to questions from the opposition MPs. But will the opposition leaders participate in the debate? That's the big question that needs to be answered, because the opposition seems to be adamant on disrupting the parliamentary proceedings. And now we are getting that yesterday also, as you saw, there were protests by the NDA MPs, and they were challenging Rahul Gandhi that he should not run away from debate. He should not run away from debate. Now let's go across to our correspondent Saurav, who has been continuously tracking all the developments in this case. Now, Saurav, today it's expected that Union Home Minister will be speaking on the student protest issue. What are the questions which have been raised by the opposition, and what kind of showdown is expected today in the Parliament, in the Lok Sabha?
Yes, Shivam, you rightly pointed out that today Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be present in the Parliament to debate on the topic of the NEET paper leak issue and the CGP violent protest which took place in the national capital on 20th of July, during which the police officials have to resort to lathi charge and other means to stop these violent protesters who were also attacking the police officials, due to which more than 200 police officials got severely injured, and they were trying to enter into the Parliament also. And today, the opposition will be seeking answers over the police action on the students, that why did they do lathi charge on the protesters and why the pellet gun will be used. But the major thing here is that today Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be present in the parliament to give all these answers. But the opposition seems to be interested in creating ruckus.
Sort of keep a track of all the developments. Keep a track, sort of. We are getting a breaking news. We're getting a breaking news. Thanks a lot, Saurav. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you later. But we're getting another big breaking news development. This is about an Indigo flight 6E723, which declared full emergency at 23:29 IST on 11 August. That is late at night due to left engine inoperative. So this is massive. This is huge. The left engine was inoperative. An aircraft was with 224 passengers on board. It landed safely at Chennai on runway number 25 at around 23:37. That is around 11:37. Now, full emergency was declared and then it was later withdrawn. However, this is a significant one case after the other, one technical snag after the other. When it comes to the airlines in India, not just Indigo, but Air India sometimes, but sometimes some other airlines. And this is big that an emergency was declared, full emergency was declared due to left engine being inoperative. Indigo flight to Chennai makes emergency landing in this case. All right, big development. This was a full emergency which was declared at Chennai airport late Tuesday night after an Indigo flight from Kolkata developed a left engine failure shortly before landing, ladies and gentlemen. This was Indigo flight 6E723 operating from Kolkata to Chennai with 224 people on board, and it declared an emergency. That is a full emergency. All right, Sharda is joining us on a phone line for all these exclusive information in this development, in this news. Sharda, what are the details that you're getting? We are getting to know that there was one engine which was left inoperative. Sharda, if you can put this into perspective and share more details of what exactly happened. All right, we'll try to reconnect, but this is massive, the big development that we're getting, where emergency was declared due to the left engine being inoperative. And just imagine the situation mid-air if there is an engine which becomes inoperative and you're left with another engine, and that's the kind of situation you are stuck in. However, the catastrophe was avoided and there was a safe landing which happened. But let's go across to our correspondent Sharda for all the exclusive information in this story. Sharda, what's the latest that you're getting in this incident where one engine was left inoperative?
Well, yesterday the flight that was to come from Kolkata to Chennai had said that it was an emergency landing, and also pointed out that there was full emergency that was also given after one engine was completely stopped working. And actually with emergency landing, it was made sure that after reaching Chennai airport, all operations were once again checked. And the aircraft was supposed to reach Chennai by 11:40, but however, from Kolkata itself, as the engine did not work, did not take off, and now as for then a full emergency was announced, and now it's been completely cleared, and the Chennai Airport Authority has given the official statement saying that was a necessary emergency announcement to be made because one engine was fully stopped. This is not the first time an Indigo aircraft is getting a full emergency announcement made. Last few months before also, when the Indigo crisis did happen, continuously after that multiple flights were delayed and there was multiple engine checks that was done by the Indigo in itself, as multiple aircrafts had either one engine not working completely or had multiple other technical faults.
All right, but the kind of situation that the aircraft was in, imagine it could have been very dangerous. What is the information that is coming out? Is there any probe that is happening right now? Because there are two engines in an aircraft. If one is inoperative, it's not a small issue when you get to know that a full emergency has been declared on the tarmac on the airport.
Well, the full emergency was declared, as you said, because one engine was completely shut down and not working. This could not have been just a small technical issue, but a full emergency issue, because it would have led to a serious accident if the checking was not done by the pilot at the last minute. So the question now comes whether from the airport authorities in itself, whether the technicians who made the check before the flight was taken onto the runway, whether the full checks was done, and until a full emergency was announced, did the technicians take in consideration on the engines, or the other small technical faults were only considered to be meager, and was it ignored, is what the airport authority is now questioning. As of now, an official probe has not been asked for, but however, looks like the Chennai Airport Authority will question the airlines on the technical consideration that should be made in the upcoming flights.
All right, Shada, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for all the updates in the story. So this was a mid-air engine stall which happened, which is one engine which was left inoperative mid-air, ladies and gentlemen. This was a full emergency which was declared due to engine being left inoperative in an Indigo flight. All right, so today was a book launch event of the ex-President Ramnath Kovind. Now, there was a message which was given on the book launch event by PM Modi, where he urged youth to avoid shortcuts in the Reels era. And PM Modi's message to Gen Z, to youth, was, don't be drawn to shortcuts. So that was the message that was given by the Prime Minister of India to the youth. And this is the message when it comes to the Reels era. And the message was clear. Don't give in to shortcuts. Shortcuts will cut you short. So this is the statement, and we have the reaction of Prime Minister Modi. Let's listen in.
मैं एक बार फिर उन्हें उनकी आत्मकथा के लिए शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, और मैं खास करके युवा पीढ़ी से आग्रह करूंगा, रील का जमाना है, सोशल मीडिया में इन्फ्लुएंसर आपको खींच के कहीं कहीं ले जाते हैं। इस शॉर्टकट के युग में भी एक बात हम जरूर याद रखें, रेलवे स्टेशन पे लिखा हुआ होता है। कुछ लोगों को पटरी पर कूद करके जाने की आदत होती, ब्रिज पर नहीं जाते, तो वहां लिखा होता है, शॉर्टकट विल कट यू शॉर्ट। और अगर शॉर्टकट के रास्ते से भी कहीं बाहर निकलना है, तो मैं नौजवानों को कहूंगा, आपको जिसका भी पसंद हो, ऑटोबायोग्राफी जरूर पढ़ें। ऑटोबायोग्राफी उस कालखंड की इतिहास की घटनाओं को अलग तरीके से समझने का अवसर देती है। इतिहास से काफी निकट होता है वो कालखंड बायोग्राफी का, और इसलिए मैं जरूर चाहूंगा कि कोविंद जी की जो मेहनत है वो आने वाली पीढ़ियों को काम आए, युवा पीढ़ी को विशेष रूप से काम आए। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break right now, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you, especially about the FCRA Amendment Bill has been referred to a Joint Parliamentary Committee. All parties to deliberate on the proposed changes coming up. All details on that and a lot more after a short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
वहाँ पे 5:30 बजे शाम को आज जो है बहुत तेज फ्लड फ्लड आया है। इस कारण जो है वहाँ पे एक बेलेबेस था जो कि बह गया और वहाँ पे हमने इसको के लिए हम लोगों ने एनडीआरएफ की जगह पे टीम भेज दी गई है। फिलहाल और टीम चली गई है मौके के लिए।
ये ब्रिज जाएगा, ब्रिज जाएगा, ब्रिज।
Heavy rain has triggered a landslide in Mumbai's Ashoknagar, a city pocket where vulnerable slopes can give way during intense rainfall. 2 bodies have been recovered while 6 to 8 people are feared trapped. BMC, NDRF and police teams are racing to rescue those caught under the debris. A passenger bus burst into flames on the NH27 Barji overbridge in Bihar's Muzaffarpur. The fire sent passengers scrambling to safety as flames engulfed the vehicle. Thankfully, everyone on board was evacuated safely and there are no reports of casualties so far. India Gate is getting a patriotic makeover ahead of Independence Day. Stages, tents and banners are going up around the landmark as the capital prepares for the Tiranga Yatra and the celebrations on August 15. The final preparations are now well underway. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to speak to address Lok Sabha today to discuss on the student protests. Coming up after the break. More details on that and a lot more.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
सारा असम का स्थिति बहुत खराब है। नाजिरा, शिवसागर, सरायदेव, मंगलदोय, जागीरोड, उसका बाद खुमताई में भी 4-5 दिन से वो धनसिरी जो रिवर है वो बढ़ गया है और इसीलिए बहुत गांव में पानी घुस के आदमी को रिलीफ कैंप में रहना पड़ा है। जो सरकार ने रिलीफ कैंप बनाया है उसमें लोग बैठा है और बहुत बुरी हाल हो गया है।
Devastating flood, which caused, affected 166,000 people of our Jorhat district in 304 villages. Casualty number is 9. Number of relief camps.
From Asia's largest news headquarters,
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very warm welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. This Independence Day, Republic TV brings you the Nationalist Collective Conclave, an Independence Day special, a powerful tribute to the extraordinary men and women who served India with courage, pride and unwavering devotion. From the stories of our brave hearts and their ultimate sacrifice to the families who continue to carry their legacy with strength and pride. The Conclave brings you powerful conversations on courage, service and patriotism, a day to remember those who put the nation before self. Nationalist Collective Conclave, their sacrifice, our freedom, only on Republic TV. Now let's have a look at the top headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Air India in massive trouble. AI 2379 pilot behavior reports emerge after 300 feet drop. Sources say pilot acted under influence of substances. Cabin crew complaint against pilot behavior. Outgoing Air India CEO Campbell Wilson summoned. Government seeks answers amid the ongoing probe into the Air India altitude drop mishap. Jharkhand students hold a silent march using mobile phone flashlights. Protest continues as students press for action on their demands.
मतभेद हमारे हो सकते हैं, नीतियों में मतभेद हो सकता है, विचारों में मतभेद हो सकता है, लेकिन देश सदन चलते हुए देखना चाहता है। देश के लोगों का मत है कि नीतियों विचारों में मतभेद हो, गंभीर मतभेद भी हो सकते हैं, लेकिन ये विचारों में अभिव्यक्त होना चाहिए। और इसलिए समय समय में मैंने सभी दलों के नेताओं से चर्चा की, विचार विमर्श किया, व्यक्तिगत भी की, सामूहिक भी की। मेरा आज फिर आपसे आग्रह है कि आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय युवा दिवस भी है और विश्व स्तर पर भारत के युवाओं ने शिक्षा, विज्ञान, अंतरिक्ष, विज्ञान, टेक्नोलॉजी, उद्यमिता, कई क्षेत्रों के अंदर विशेष पहचान बनाई है। आज उनका सामर्थ्य के कारण भारत का नाम दुनिया में भारत का नाम हो रहा है। देश का युवा भी चाहता है कि उनके विषयों पर चर्चा हो, छात्रों पर चर्चा हो। सरकार ने भी सहमति दे दी है, गृह मंत्री जी भी अपने वक्तव्य को देने को तैयार हैं। चर्चा हो, अन्य मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा होगी। सत्ता पक्ष और प्रतिपक्ष दोनों सहमति बनाएं, विचारों को विमर्श करें। लोकतंत्र में आपस में सहमति बनती है। मेरा आप सबसे आग्रह, पुनः आग्रह, निवेदन है, देश की भावनाओं को समझना चाहिए। देश चाहता है संसद चले, संवाद हो, चर्चा हो, और इसकी प्रतिष्ठा बनाने की जिम्मेदारी भी सामूहिक सबकी है। मेरा आपसे आग्रह रहता है हमेशा कि संसद की प्रतिष्ठा को मत गिरने दो। मतभेद हो सकते हैं, लेकिन संसद की प्रतिष्ठा को इस तरीके से तख्तियां, नारेबाजी से गिरना उचित नहीं है। आप सब वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, देश का नेतृत्व करते हैं। बालू जी, आप सीनियर लीडर हैं, मैं आपको अपने विचारों को व्यक्त करने का अवसर दूंगा। मेरा मत है कि प्रश्नकाल चलने दें। प्रश्नकाल के बाद आपको अपने विचारों को अभिव्यक्त करने का अवसर पर्याप्त दूंगा। प्रश्नकाल में चलने दें। आप तख्तियां लेकर सदन पे बैठे अपनी अपनी सीट पे विराजें। आप सदन नहीं चलाना चाहते, मेरे बार बार आग्रह करने के बाद भी आप सदन में गतिरोध कर रहे हैं, ये लोकतंत्र के लिए उचित नहीं है। सदन की कार्रवाई आज 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Adjourned till 2 p.m. till 2 p.m. today, and this is happening because of the ruckus that was happening right now, and this was Lok Sabha proceedings happening right now, but it has been adjourned till 2 p.m. today, and because of the ruckus that was created by the opposition members, and this is the very important monsoon session in Parliament. It was a stormy session, and the ruckus was created by the opposition. He appealed the opposition members to maintain a law and order situation, to maintain decorum in the Parliament when it comes to the House proceedings. And however, the opposition continued with its sloganeering, so that's what caused all the trouble. He also said, do not let the prestige of Parliament be diminished. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news development. Let's go across to that. As per multiple sources have reported that the pilot in command of the flight AI-2379 was acting under the influence of psychoactive substances. Now, he was frequently sitting on the flight deck floor, attempting to smoke, requiring cabin crew assistance to return to his seat, and appearing not fully in control of himself. Now, even unable to walk properly after exiting the aircraft, now prompting the cabin crew in this regards to file a formal complaint with the airline over the behavior of the pilot. That's what we're getting to know. While the young co-pilot single-handedly steadied the plane and safely landed it at the destination. So just imagine the gravity of the situation, where if the co-pilot was not there, what kind of situation it might have been. And it was all because of the co-pilot who steadied the plane and safely landed it at the destination, because there are various reports that have come forward. First, he was failing the dope test, and the toxicology report also came positive in this regards. And now the big development that he was high on marijuana, that's also coming in, the reports of that. And now this is the huge development that we are getting to know, that the pilot was not behaving properly, that he might have been high. All right, let's go across to Ishan for all the latest updates in the story. Ishan, we're getting to know that there was, as per the sources, that the cabin crew already complained about the pilot's behavior, and also that he was not behaving properly, unable to control his own body, and it was the co-pilot who landed the plane safely. But over to you for all the details, Ishan.
Absolutely, this is a very serious incident which needs thorough investigation, because the reports that are coming out of Air India are absolutely shocking. The pilot was in a state where he was not in a capacity not to just to fly the plane, but not even able to control himself. He had to be assisted into the cockpit, and thereafter the co-pilot is the one that safely brought down the aircraft. Apart from that, we also saw that this particular aircraft suffered from 9 major technical failures, including a triple hydraulic failure, a landing assist failure, and multiple system failures that put the lives of all these passengers at risk. The turbulence was the final nail in the coffin, which caused the 300-foot drop in the aeroplane's altitude, causing so many injuries. People received injuries on their neck, on their spine, and will be suffering from these injuries for a prolonged time as well. So this entire incident has not only brought out Air India's fault, but the entire safety protocol, wherein we are saying that pilots need due rest, pilots need this, pilots need that, but we are ignoring the implementation of these laws. So this entire investigation is not only just on the pilots or the aircraft, but the entire safety mechanism that ensures safe flying within India and for international flights. So ICAO and AAIB have have their task cut out from them, and this investigation will prove critical for the future of aviation in India. Back to you.
All right, yeah, but the situation is, if you can see, because there were multiple reports and multiple questions that were also raised. First, of the dope test that he failed. Second, of the toxicology report that he failed. And a third is this, that he was high on marijuana, likely high on marijuana. And now this is a very big revelation. Looking at the sequence of events, what kind of action could we expect against the CEO also, against the airlines also? And how prompt is the DGCA? How promptly is the DGCA acting upon all the developments?
The response from DGCA has been lack, because this is not the first incident that is happening. Air India itself has suffered 154 incidents since January 2025. So all of this is brought a lot of focus on DGCA and AAIB, because a lot of investigations happen, a lot of recommendations happen. We have not seen major action taken against any major airline within India. We have seen that even after the crash that happened in Air India, we are still awaiting the final report of that crash. It has been over a year now. Apart from that, we have also seen that a lot of the investigations that are pending, not only with Air India but with Indigo and other aircraft manufacturers as well. So all of this is a very important moment, a critical juncture for India aviation history, Indian aviation sector. As less. Now coming back to this particular incident right now, this particular incident is where we see that the pilot, who had several complaints against him by his own crew members nonetheless, failed a drug test and then failed a psychotropic substance test, and thereafter also he was put in a commanding position to fly an aircraft. So this is a failure of the system in its entirety, specifically by Air India. So we need to see what DGCA takes, and is this airline being pulled up by its bootstraps. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot for all the updates. Let's go across to another big breaking news development that we are tracking right now. It is about the Kaveri water issue. This is Supreme Court agrees to Tamil Nadu government's plea for early hearing of Kaveri water dispute. The long-running Kaveri water dispute between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka is set to come up before the Supreme Court, with both states expected to present their positions on the sharing and release of the Kaveri waters. Big development coming in, ladies and gentlemen, here, where the Kaveri waters issue is set to be heard in the Supreme Court, and they will hear Tamil Nadu's plea on the Kaveri water issue. That's what we are getting. Supreme Court agrees to Tamil Nadu government's plea for early hearing of Kaveri water dispute. The long-running Kaveri water dispute between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka is set to come up before the Supreme Court, with both states expected to present their positions on the sharing and release of Kaveri waters. This is big, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're getting to know. And this is about the Kaveri water issue that will be discussed, the issue of which will be heard in the Supreme Court, ladies and gentlemen. And the plea will be heard because the Supreme Court has agreed to hear Tamil Nadu government's plea for early hearing of a Kaveri water dispute. This is the long-running Kaveri dispute between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, which is set to come up before the Supreme Court. Now, with both states expected to present their positions on the sharing and release of the Kaveri water, on Kaveri waters. All right, so this is big because this is a very concerning issue when it comes to two states, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Now, what will be decided? We'll have to wait and watch. But the issue is big. Issue is big, ladies and gentlemen. So we are getting this big development on this story where the Kaveri waters issue will be taken up by the Supreme Court. By the Supreme Court, it will be taken up, and the concerns of Tamil Nadu will be heard. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be heard, and because the Supreme Court has agreed to Tamil Nadu government's plea for early hearing of Kaveri water dispute. Let's go across to our correspondent Sarthak with all the latest updates. Sarthak, what's the latest that you're getting? It's a long pending issue, a long pending dispute between two states about water sharing, that is Kaveri water dispute. Over to you for all the latest updates on the listing, when it will be heard, and the details.
Well, Shivam, firstly, we need to understand the Kaveri dispute. Kaveri River actually originates in Karnataka and it flows through Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, and ultimately it reaches the Bay of Bengal. And this has been a long running dispute between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, over a century-old dispute, where Karnataka says that they need water for their own drinking purposes, their drinking water purposes and irrigation requirement, whereas Tamil Nadu says that Kaveri is an interstate river and the state of Karnataka cannot unilaterally sort of withhold.
After hearing it, if you have any objection, you can raise it afterwards. No, you please take your seat. Let the minister answer to it. Then you can have. Yes, sir. If there is anything which is objectionable or which is unbecoming of the character of the nation or the dignity of the House, I would like to request Honorable Chairman to call the member to your chamber and listen to what happened, because I am not witness to whatever Honorable Member John. Nobody is witness, but we have to take that. We will. Secondly, you please take your seat. Please, you take your seat. Sir, you take your seat. Sir, my request is, you can call the concerned person, the honorable member, and hear them out. And whatever you decide. Yes. Let me make my observation. Of this let me make my observation. If you are shouting, then I cannot. Let me make my observation. If you are having any objection, you can raise it again. I will give you the opportunity. Please take your seat. Honorable members, certain instances have come to my notice regarding discourteous and undignified comments being made by members, interrupting the speech of other members in the House. I would advise that honorable members should be very careful not to hurt the sentiments and the feelings of fellow members. Our culture is unique. Why you are shouting? No, I'm not going to allow you. Please take your seat. Let me complete my observation. You don't have the patience. I would advise the honorable members should be careful not to hurt the sentiments of the feelings of fellow members. Please take your seat, and you please take your seat. You are inducing the new member to shout. This is the way you want to. When I am making my observation, after my observation you can raise your hand so that I can give you the opportunity. I would advise the honorable members should be careful not to hurt the sentiments and the feelings of fellow members. Our culture is unique and it is inclusive of diverse regional cultures. There should be no disrespect to the cultural traditions and the regional identities of our colleagues.
All right, viewers, we're getting a very big breaking news development right now at this moment. This is Tata Chairman N. Chandrasekharan, who has resigned, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the big breaking news development that we are getting right now. And it's a big development in the Tata Group that we are getting to know that the Tata chairman, that is N. Chandrasekharan, has resigned, and he was supposed to complete his term and full term when it comes to serving in Tata as a chairman. But now he has resigned. N. Chandrasekharan has resigned. And this is huge, this is significant when we look about the management, very senior leadership in Tata. Now Chandrasekharan has finally resigned. That's what we are getting to know, ladies and gentlemen. However, he'll complete his term. That's what we're getting to know. He has resigned, but will complete his term as per sources. That's what we are getting to know. This is India's Tata Sons chairman N. Chandrasekharan has resigned. He has resigned right now. All right, I have my colleague Nitin joining us from the studios for all the updates, who has been tracking all the business developments. He's from our business. Nitin, it's huge, it's significant, but if you can give us the chronology of events that happened and what led to the resignation and how significant it is and how it will impact Tata.
Right, it's a very big company, Shivam. You know, it's a conglomerate that sort of represents India. India is Tata and Tata is India, for that matter. It's a $4 trillion company, and N. Chandrasekharan resigning, stepping down from his position before and just days ahead of a crucial Tata Sons AGM, Shivam. It's slated on the 18th of August, and him resigning has you can already see the impact in the stock market. All the stocks, namely Titan, Tata Consumers, TCS, all have fallen below the 1% mark today. And there's all these stocks, all the Tata Group companies who are listed both in BSE and NSE have started reacting to the major change in its management. N. Chandrasekharan resigning. He's an individual who joined the Tata Group back in the 1980s, and then he took over as the Tata Sons chairman during Ratan Tata's period as back in 2017. So it's been a phenomenal period of time. Now, there were certain disputes, reports of infighting that Republic had highlighted earlier as well when it came to the entire Tata Sons group. And the main infighting that's happened is between Noel Tata, as we've ascertained by reports and our sources on ground, was between Noel Tata and N. Chandrasekharan over matters regarding Air India's turnaround. And obviously the financials of the company weren't doing very well, especially once it got privatized. So the turnaround time was increased from 5 years to a 10-year period, which was a major dispute. And the other reason why N. Chandrasekharan has reasonably allowed to believe that he's resigned is the fact that couple of firms were not being able to turn around a profit, Shivam, and that sort of led to infighting, in disputes, questions regarding how long can he withstand such a storm. And we've seen things that have happened in Air India since last year. The Air India CEO has also resigned, Campbell. So there were a lot of these infighting reports that kept happening. The stocks are not doing well. And obviously Tata Trusts and Sons have clashed over board representation as well. Board representation strategy and the planned exit of its minority shareholder, which is a real estate player called Shapoorji Pallonji Group. So until and unless the Tata Sons doesn't actually list and becomes... So now we have with us Ajay Bagga. And sir, how are you reacting to this update of N. Chandrasekharan resigning?
Yeah, it is a bit surprising, and markets don't like uncertainty. The good thing is that his term lasts till February next year. So we have a 6 months transition period for the successor to be announced and to work along with Mr. Chandrasekharan. So overall, a little bit worry for the markets, because markets don't like uncertainty. Right. It would have been better if, along with his resignation, there would have been also a succession plan which would have been put into action, and a successor would have been announced as well.
Right. So him resigning after 2017, since he took over as the Tata Sons chairman, beyond the stocks just reacting, who do you see as the potential change after N. Chandrasekharan resigning from this post?
See, before him, the two were Cyrus Mistry, and before that, Mr. Ratan Tata.
Right.
So I would say Mr. Noel Tata is the eminently qualified successor. If once more a Tata comes in as a chairman, the market would welcome that.
Right, sir. Thank you for your time. And beyond that, sir, we have just one final question for you. You know, all these stocks are reacting enormously. It's all bearish as of now. All the stocks that we've been tracking, Titan, Tata Consumers, TCS, all have fallen 1%. So obviously, the market sentiment is weighing on the Tata group of companies and listed entities in the market. Do you think how long is this effect going to be weigh in on the Tata group company stocks?
Yeah, it's something that should not happen actually. It's a very venerable group, and all these companies are run by excellent managements. So it's not that one person leaving makes the business models different or their prospects different. Yes, leadership is important. See, the good thing Mr. Ratan Tata did that he had put in Chandra, and even when Mr. Ratan Tata passed away, because there was continuity, the markets did not react like this. So overall, again, I'm saying a successor should be named. This kind of a resignation shouldn't have come as a unilateral move. It should have also shown that there is a succession plan in place, and the Tata Trusts are meeting. They are going to confirm somebody, and then the Tata Sons board is meeting, and this person is slated to take over. That kind of thing should have been managed better, is what I feel. And Mr. Noel Tata should step up now and take over the reins.
Right. So there have been several doubts, sir, that have been pertaining, that have sort of persisted ever since Ratan Tata was out of the picture and N. Chandrasekaran was sort of taking the lead. And it's especially boiled down to the turnaround of Air India. And the turnaround planned as per our sources was 5 years. Now it's been extended to a period of 10 years. So it's always been a loss-making airline, even while it was part of the government and after privatization as well. So, and the AGM is we're just on the heels of the annual general meeting of Tata Sons. So how do you see them sort of, it's not just the resignation of N. Chandrasekaran, it's also about the turnaround and to make these Tata Group companies profitable. So how do you expect them as a management, as such a legacy company, to sort of handle all of these things which are at stake? And also, while the question of IPO listing for Tata Sons is also weighing in among investor sentiment as well.
Yeah, those are complexities. The majority of the Tata Trusts don't want to list Tata Sons. So let's see what RBI decides, what SEBI decides. It will go to the courts as well. What happens? Shapoorji Pallonji Group wants an exit. So will Tata Sons buy them out? That could be one option, buying out the minority shareholders. In terms of Air India, I think it's work in progress. They had a very poor legacy which they took over. It was a very difficult task, and unfortunately, not too much progress has been made. You have seen the recent Thailand case also. So overall, the customer experience is poor, and what is an issue for the Indian flyer is that you are left with very little choice in the Indian market. So the government should look at the pricing, the kind of burden that's put on airlines, which is a very capital intensive industry. And we have seen so many airlines go bankrupt. So this, despite the Tata managerial debt coming in, it is still work in progress. As far as others go, I think great initiatives have been done on the defense part, on a lot of joint ventures that have been launched. So overall, the group is in very robust health. He leaves a good legacy, and I'm sure a good leader will emerge. And there is a lot of depth in all the companies in terms of leadership. So this market reaction is a bit hackneyed. It's not something that will continue. It's not that the group was solely dependent on Chandra. Yes, a leader matters, but it is collegial leadership, and there are excellent leadership teams in all the Tata companies.
But sir, him not seeking a reappointment, isn't that a signal that there's a deeper trouble at hands for the Tata Sons group at large? I mean, he's already been there for 2 terms. Why not continue?
That's his personal. I would not be able to really, comment on what was his driver.
Right.
We'll get to know later. But again, I'm saying there are just so many candidates for that role who can come in, and the family itself, Mr. Noel Tata I have worked closely with him as a banker. I know him well. Excellent leader again. So there are a lot of options available. It's a very venerated group, a group of more than a century old. So there is a lot of depth. So again, I'm saying in terms of PR, this should have been handled better because all these questions are now coming up. So hopefully by this evening, the PR will have been managed and a better market response would have been given. But this market reaction is unwarranted. Things don't change because of one person.
Right, sir. And also, sir, while his term has ended, we know for our sources for a fact that Tata Sons had set two conditions for extending Chandrasekharan's tenure. Mainly, the holding company must continue to remain unlisted. Sir, this question of listing and unlisting for Tata Sons has been going for quite a bit. How do you, in the future, see this turnaround, if there are developments? How are you looking at the RBI? I mean, RBI recently released its upper layer NBFC list and Tata Sons Limited was still a part of it. So how are you looking at that? Because you said you were looking forward to an update from the RBI.
Yeah, clearly it's a regulatory decision then. And let's see what the Tatas get back to the regulator with. They have made their preference quite clear. Minority shareholders on the other side are pushing for a listing. So overall, it's between the group and RBI. So we'll have to wait and watch and see what comes out of it. Clearly, the group does not want to list this entity and they want to keep it private. So let's see what comes out of it. Very difficult to really comment on the regulators' move on this.
But how would you sort of support the listing in a certain sense, because Shapurji Panji has been looking for an exit in terms of for the longest time and sort of been supporting, and I think that was also a point of contention when these boardroom discussions were happening.
Overall, I would say if you ask my personal preference, I would say listing is good. It gives us, as market men, it gives us a chance to invest in a company which is like without parallel, probably globally, owning an entire group, in one entity. So you get access to the entire conglomerate. So that way, in a market sense, market depth, increasing market cap of listed companies in India, it's always good. On the other side, what happens is a lot of the projects that you incubate, those come under public glare, and you might not want to bring out so many projects in the initial years, rather keep them private and then go for a listing and a spin-off.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. We have a very big breaking right now. We've just accessed N. Chandrasekharan's, the chairman of the Tata Sons letter. His statement has been out today. So what he's basically mentioned as part of his letter is that it has been 6 months since that board meeting was last taken place. I'm assuming this is when it happened in February, where his term extension was sort of delayed for a later period of time, and the turnaround of 5 major Tata Sons group companies was sort of at stake. And he's also mentioned as part of his resignation letter, no resolution has been reached till date. Tata Sons is a very large institution. There are many strategic projects that are under critical stages of execution. It is not only necessary to have a leader in place to lead the group beyond February 2027, which is when his resignation will come into effect, but also clarity on leadership. It's important for both employees, investors, partners, and other stakeholders. Under these circumstances, he's communicated his resignation to the Tata Sons board. So how do you look at it, sir? If you're there with us, how are you looking at his resignation letter, the points that he's highlighted as part of it?
Yeah, this is very much in the public domain. So,
right, sir.
So overall, if you look at it, again, I'm saying this should have been discussed, and a full plan should have been done, because Tata Group is very important for the Indian market, for the Indian economy. So overall, I would say, a chairman resigning, we should have had the succession plan in place. and all the announcements in place. So this looks like a unilateral move that has happened. It's unfortunate, but I'm sure the group will convene, and by this evening we'll have more clarity.
Right. So, sir, we have my colleague Rishita with us as well, and she has a couple of questions on the Tata Sons' latest development regarding N. Chandrasekharan. Back to you, Rishita.
Thank you, Nitin. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Now, this is a big change that we are witnessing. It's the end of a decade-long leadership. Now, so my first question for you is, what does this mean for Tata Group's future? Help us understand the future outlook about how things are going to shape up further.
Yeah, overall, it's a very venerated group, very venerable group. There's a lot of managerial depth in it. So overall, there are multiple options that will be available, whether they promote somebody within the group or they go for an outsider. That is one. Mr. Ratan Tata had brought in Mr. Chandrasekharan at a time when Mr. Cyrus Mistry had just resigned, and he held it together at a very delicate time, very sensitive time. He's contributed very well. Still work in progress on a number of fronts. So that way it's a surprise, but it was coming because it was clear that most of the Tata Trust wanted the 65-year retirement age to be honored. So they were looking at a 2-year period. And last year, actually, the board had unanimously elected him as a chairperson. So that way it was a bit of a surprise. Again, should have been handled better, and we should have had more clarity.
100%, sir. Now, we saw how the markets reacted to it, right? The stock stumbled very glaringly. So do you think the investor sentiment at large is going to get impacted by this major shift? And if so, how come?
No, see, markets don't like uncertainty. So that way a bit of a sell-off happens. But otherwise, it doesn't change the fundamentals. So this is more sentiment-driven. And I think we have one option in Mr. Noel Tata available for the group to take over as an interim chairperson and navigate the group. Again, it's very collegial. The working of the group is collegial. There are, armies of old-timers sitting within the group. So we have seen, I personally seen the transition from JRD to Mr. Ratan Tata, then from Mr. Ratan Tata to Cyrus Mistry to Chandra, and now from Chandra to whoever comes by, they will manage a good transition. The group is very well run, and there is a lot of managerial depth in all the group companies. So nothing changes fundamentally. Yes, strategic direction, vision is really colored by the leader. So we will look at whoever emerges as the leader now. But it is collegial. There are a lot of trustees on the boards, and the Tata Sons board is big. So it is not that one person really drives it. Someone like JRD or Mr. Ratan Tata were great leaders. So they really towered above everybody else. Chandra was more a professional manager who came in. Now let's see if Mr. Noel Tata will himself take over and then bring back the days of JRD or Ratan Tata, or he will get one more professional to come in.
Now, sir, just to get a little particular, how do you think the expansion plans are going to get impacted because of this leadership change? Now, how important will Air India also be next on the cards, because this is a huge change that we are witnessing?
Yeah, it is a big change. But again, as I'm saying, the fundamentals are very well, documented. And the companies and the initiatives run on a very well thought out plan. So it won't be a long-term impact. Even we have 6 months of Mr. Chandra being in office. So there will be a transition, I'm sure. And we'll get more clarity. So not to worry. I'm not really worried about that. And market reaction, we have to just ignore as noise. Fundamentals don't change. Vision will stay the same, and we'll have some good person coming in.
Right, sir. Now help us understand the impact on the valuation as well. What do you think are going to be the key changes that we are likely to witness because of this?
See, Chandra came from TCS. He brought a lot of new age thinking, fresh thinking. He brought in some very good professionals into the group. So that gets impacted. Now the new leader will really set the tone. Again, we can only comment once we see the new leader. But overall, the group is doing it's in robust health. Companies have been doing quite well. Air India is still a work in progress, and that was a very difficult task that they took over, and it's taking more time than anticipated. That much is there, definitely.
Right, sir. Thank you so much for joining us at Republic. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. It was a great pleasure to have you on board. Now viewers, you're joined by another such big name to talk about this impactful resignation that is about to change the Tata Sons trajectory. We're joined by Devin Choksi, MD at DR Choksi Finserv Private Limited. Hello, sir. Thank you so much for joining us at Republic.
Yeah, hi. It's great to be on show.
Right, sir. I want to understand with you what impact this resignation is likely to have, particularly on the markets and the overall outlook for Tata Sons and the group.
Well, I think on one side, the resignation has happened on the occasion when I think the renewal of this particular appointment to take place. So ahead of that, I think this resignation has happened. So he's completing the term, but he's not seeking a renewal. So that is the first point. Second thing, yes, agreed that I think at some stage, I think everybody leaves the company. I think that's a natural course, and I think that's what it will be. But the fact is that I think it has happened a little sadly at this point of time because he has actually, from 2017, since he took over in a very critical situation, he turned around Tata Group very, very significantly. Tata Group market capitalization also moved up by 3 times in his tenure, from somewhere around 8.5 lakh crore to peak of around 27 lakh crore and currently around 25 lakh crores. So from that perspective, I think he has delivered as far as the shareholders are concerned in bringing the market cap up. At the same time, I think largely the profit performance of rest of the companies, including the turnaround cases in form of Tata Steel, Tata Motors included, and in fact, I think bringing in higher amount of pedigree-led valuation into this Tata Consumer as well as Tata Indian hotels. All these companies, I think, have significantly, given the turnaround to these companies, including the professional management. Yes, I think one can argue against, these 3 companies which have probably been a cause for bleeding the group. And one of them is definitely Air India, with a significantly large amount of loss of around 22,000 crores. Right. And the other one is Tata Digital. So both put together contribute around 25,000 crores worth of loss out of 27,000 crore loss that these 3 companies are making into the group. And that could be one of the reasons for which I think this particular stress has happened in the board. But I think that overall, somebody professionally taking over this particular group at some point of time will deliver, because I think the group is quite strong as such.
Right, sir. Interesting outlook. So I also have my colleague Nitin Waghela with me in the newsroom. Over to you, Nitin. He also has some questions for you.
Right, sir. Thanks for joining Republic Business, sir. It's always a pleasure to have you on board. And you're joining us on a very big day. It's such a big development when it comes to Tata Sons, and N. Chandrasekhan's resignation is no doubt a very big surprise, and it's already weighing in on the investor sentiment as we look at all the key stocks, right, from Tata Consumers and even the ones that are unlisted, Air India, turnaround plans. There's so many things that are pinned against and sort of which pushed N. Chandrasekhan's resignation. And as we go through his letter, there are several facts, and he's pushing in his letters, in his resignation letter, sir, that clarity for investors and employees is supremely essential. What is your take on it? What does he mean by clarity for investors and employees at such a time?
Basically, in his letter, he has very categorically stated that I think rest of the board members are in support except one. And that's where probably I think he decided not to continue, because he probably thought of getting the full majority. If the full majority is not coming in, certainly I think it will derail the entire program, because some of the strategic decisions which are required to be taken for turning around Air India, among others, they require the support, a full-fledged support from one and everybody in the board. And that could be the reason for which I think this entire event has happened. In my viewpoint, I think it is sad, as I said earlier before also, that one who has basically ensured the turnaround very professionally, I think he is basically quitting because of the disagreement among the board members for the subject of loss-making units.
Mr. Choksi, this is also coming at a time when there are questions over the management of some of Tata Sons, companies. It is coming at a time when the resignation comes at a time when you've had the entire Air India question, the fiasco with Air India. You've now had a big controversy with Air India, which they are dealing with. Do you see any of this, weigh in on the decision taken by Mr. Chandrasekharan, or is it purely one led by the board and the decisions of the board? Okay, I think I lost the line there, but Nitin, I just wanted to, go through the whole letter that has been put out by, the statement that's been put out by N. Chandrasekharan. I just want to take our viewers through that. I think Pranav is also joining us live in a few minutes. It's a big story breaking here on Republic Business. Nitin is live with me, but I want to take our viewers through the statement. We'll just put out, some of the excerpts of that statement in a while. N. Chandrasekharan has put out a statement this morning while resigning as the chairman of Tata Sons. He says he's completed 40 years of professional life at the Tata Group and that he's grateful to the immensely satisfying opportunity to contribute to this institution. Leading Tata Sons over the past decade has been a great honor and a profound responsibility. He says his current tenure as the chairman of Tata Sons comes to an end on the 20th of February 2027. He says Sir Dorabji Tata Trust and Sir Ratan Tata Trust had unanimously recommended the extension of his term for a period of 5 years, which was recorded and recommended by the Tata Sons Nominations and Remuneration Committee and the board. Subsequently, the resolution was tabled in the Tata Sons board on February 24th, 2026. However, the proposal was not carried through because of one of the board members did not support it, and in the absence of unanimous support, he chose to defer the decision. He says it's been 6 months since the board meeting and no resolution has been reached till date. Tata Sons is a very large institution and there are many strategic projects that are under critical stages of execution. It's not necessary to have a leader in place to lead. It is not only necessary to have a leader in place to lead the group beyond February 2027, but also clarity on leadership is important for employees, investors, partners, other stakeholders. And under these circumstances, earlier today I've communicated to the Tata Sons board that I have decided not to offer myself for reappointment when my term ends on the 20th of February 2027. I've asked the board to decide on the succession soon to ensure a proper transition. And I'm grateful to the support of all stakeholders. That was the statement. Sriram Subramaniam is joining us on the line. Mr. Subramaniam, good morning. Big news. I think the impact is already being seen in the markets. Your take on the sudden move of Mr. Chandrasekharan.
Good morning. This move totally, obviously catching the market by surprise, but not totally unexpected given the friction within the board members, especially after Mr. Noel Tata joined the board late last year. So I think in the letter itself, he refers to the fact that his reappointment was considered in February but was deferred. So there was uncertainty on that front. There is pushback from board members, especially Mr. Noel Tata, on capital allocation decisions, turning around the loss-making entities. So there is pressure on the board, especially on the leadership of Mr. Chandrasekharan. The only positive I see is that he will complete his tenure till February 2027. So there will be a smooth transition. Hopefully the board will zero in on a successor quickly and ensure that there is a close to a 6 month, I would say, overlap and smooth transition.
In fact, one of the questions, sir, is the question that is being raised now is that on the 18th, the AGM takes place. What happens at that time? What happens in that AGM? Do shareholders still vote on the continuation of N. Chandra? What happens on 18th? Everybody is curious about that. Could you throw light on that?
No, I think the decision becomes a moot point because Mr. Chandrasekhar himself has said that he doesn't want to continue post his current term. So I would think that resolution will either be dropped or even if it's voted for, it becomes a very moot thing. Unless, of course, Mr. Chandrasekhar takes back his resignation, which I doubt he will.
Well, absolutely. In fact, one additional thought that is being raised by shareholders and sources is also who next. Could you tell us as to what the process would be in order to go ahead with the appointment of a chairman? Could you help us what the process would be purely in terms of the